The only thing we have to fear is fear itself.
Ask not what your country...
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
We will respond with that timeless creed that sums up the spirit of a people. Yes, we can. Change has come to America.
From NBC News, the inauguration of Barack Obama. Live from Washington, here is Brian Williams.
On a cold but glorious day in Washington, no way to estimate the crowd size. We are back continuing our coverage with a giant tip of the hat to our friends and colleagues at Today for a superb and riveting morning program as we have watched the U.S. Capitol fill up. We've watched this city fill up, and if you're just joining our coverage, we'll bring you up to date. Dignitaries and ordinary folk are crowding into the Capitol grounds again. We will get a crowd estimate today, but it will be in the millions, and it's early yet as people are still jamming in. Inside the White House, the incumbent president and first lady are hosting for coffee the president-elect and Mrs. Obama. The arrival ceremony happened a short time ago. You see the red carpet leading up to the portico just off the north lawn. This was the scene. President-elect Obama coming around the end of the car. His wife, Michelle, brought a gift for the Bushes. Let's listen in. There's the picture, and for all who believe this day every few years is just one of the greatest things about America, that picture sums it up. And so does the picture here in this studio. I'm joined by two friends and colleagues, Tom Brokaw and Lester Holt, who will help get our coverage all the rest of the way through this long, long morning into the afternoon as history is made here in Washington. Tom, you've seen a lot of them. Nothing like this.
I've never seen one like this in terms of the country being so attentive and feeling so involved and bringing to this country, to this nation's capital, people from not just all over America geographically, but culturally as well. It's not just black and white America here. We have a great Hispanic representation in the cabinet and in the Congress now, and more in our politics. It's true of Asian Americans. The first Vietnamese congressman has been elected from California. And if you look back at the old inaugural videotapes, for example, there would be a sea of white male faces on the platform and in the crowd. Not true this time. It's a generational shift. It is, if you will, a resetting of America. A lot of work to be done. That will be addressed by Barack Obama today. But this is a passage that will be marked not just in the beginning of chapters in history books, but whole books will be written about it.
And Lester, this sounds insane, leaving aside who Barack Obama is, if that's at all possible. What's happening in this city is souvenir stands with the president-elect's name and likeness on them, people showing genuine excitement about the man we've just elected. And I mean disrespect to no one. You didn't see that with Gerald Ford, Jimmy Carter. There weren't this line of products,
He's
this
a
kind
hero.
of excitement.
He is a bona fide hero. Brian, I just took a stroll yesterday afternoon over by Union Station where people were strolling in and just talking to people. And as Tom noted, this is multi-generational, it's multiracial. Everyone projects their own sense of hope on Barack Obama through their own place in life, through their life experience. There is this sense that we are on this precipice of change in this country. It means something different to each person I spoke to, but what touched me more than anything were the multi-generational families, the grandmothers, their kids, sometimes the grandchildren, extended families who are living under one roof because they've got a relative here in the D.C. area that have come for this moment. And as I noted the other day, some are here because they simply cannot imagine not being here.
Absolutely. And for all those joining us for the rest of the journey this morning as we slide on into the afternoon, we've prepared a depiction of the schedule for you, which we can show you on the screen. And after that, we're going to hop on over to Andrea Mitchell on Capitol Hill behind us. Again, right now, they are inside the White House. They arrive at the Capitol 10:55 a.m., roughly 35 minutes from now, East Coast times, all times East Coast. The President-elect, if all things keep to schedule, will be introduced at 11:25, and then things really start to take on a life of their own. Vice President Biden will take the oath of office and become the vice president at quarter of. President Obama will take the oath. 21 howitzers will sound shortly after that. As we approach 12 noon Eastern time. Hollywood has come to hear this speech, the inaugural address, of course, at a minute after 12 noon. All of official Washington taking their seats. We just saw Dustin Hoffman and Steven Spielberg, Muhammad Ali. The VIP section will check in with Andrea Mitchell, with Chuck Todd at the White House. But first, we're going to fit in a commercial break as our live day-long coverage continues from Washington.
NBC News coverage of the inauguration of Barack Obama is sponsored in part by State Farm. Through all life's changes, State Farm is there.
We're back in Washington again. This is the hour when the dignitaries are arriving to take their seats on Capitol Hill. We just saw Justice Clarence Thomas, and now we're seeing former Supreme Court Justice O'Connor coming up to Capitol Hill. It was very important for her to attend today. Sandra Day O'Connor, whose husband is very ill with Alzheimer's and has been for some time. We'll continue looking at these pictures. For now, we should check in at the White House, where the coffee has been underway for quite a while now. Chuck Todd on the front lawn. Chuck?
Good morning, Brian. Well, I'll tell you, you guys were talking about how so many folks are trying to take in this moment. Well, the two gentlemen that were driving the SWAT van in the motorcade that's behind me, you could see him taking the digital camera, taking the photo of the moment as the motorcade was pulling in just before the Obamas were meeting with the Bushes. So even as you've got folks worrying about the security, worrying about all that, everybody seems to be wanting to take in this moment. The coffee, as we now know, only the principals. No aides are in there. So if it leaks out, it's only because Barack Obama still has his BlackBerry going, maybe for another hour and a half before the government decides to shut it down, if that is indeed what they do. But nobody is going to know what's said in that coffee without one of those four folks saying it.
Chuck Todd on the White House lawn. We're looking at John Cusack, the actor. So many name entertainers have come to Washington this week. As someone said last night, you can't turn around without seeing some of them at parties and hotels. Andrea Mitchell is up on Capitol Hill. Her perch all day long will be at the VIP area, where she has some free reign to wander around and interview some of the attendees. Andrea?
And just 4 years ago, there was a very little-known freshman senator from Illinois wandering around, and I interviewed him, and that's the first time I met Barack Obama. So the extraordinary moment, only 4 years later, he's going to have a much better seat and take that oath of office. And I talked to his speechwriter, and Jon Favreau said that writing for a writer is a wonderful experience because they interact and exchange drafts back and forth. He is very happy about the speech. He said it is more prose, rather more poetry than prose, as you might expect. This is not a State of the Union speech. This is a speech to try to inspire Americans to a new era of responsibility. And he said that the president-elect, then soon-to-be president, will feel very good if he leaves here. He told his speechwriter, if everyone in this crowd, and the crowd from this vantage point is just enormous, but if everyone leaves here feeling a little bit better about being an American, about being committed to public service, and about being part of this new era of responsibility. Brian?
So we'll go from Chuck Todd, our chief White House correspondent, Andrew Mitchell, former chief White House correspondent. Let's make it three. David Gregory, former chief White House correspondent who covered the Bush years in the White House. David has an extraordinary perch for today. If you were watching today on NBC, you saw his camera location on the west front of the U.S. Capitol. And David, let's talk about the contrasts, the differences, beginning with the fact that this president is a published author. This president, of all things, is a Grammy Award winner for the recording of his own book, and he comes into office with all kinds of different talents, not making any kinds of value judgments, but different talents than the incumbent.
Well, he does, and he's known as such a gifted orator, and George W. Bush, by his own admission, was not, though he gave some very important speeches at very difficult times that were well received in this country. But I think what's striking, Brian, as you talk about that contrast, if you look at our most recent polling, only 25% of Americans think that the country is headed in the right direction. And yet, nearly 3/4 of Americans polled have faith in this new president, Barack Obama, to make things better in the country. So as pessimistic as Americans are, they are still very excited about this new day that we're talking about in Washington and have faith in his ability to turn things around. That tremendous goodwill exceeds that of former presidents who were in this same position. And so Barack Obama will reflect on that, and I think he will then try to use that to speak to the country, to speak to the many people assembled here, to say we're all in this together. We've all got to be responsible for wherever this country is headed. And so that's one of his big challenges today. A good friend of his I was just in contact with said he feels quite at ease this morning coming out of church and is appropriately humbled by the day. Brian?
David, as you're talking, again, the stream of dignitaries coming out of the Capitol building. We see Congressman Clyburn from South Carolina, a lot of the leadership now coming to their seats. Ann Curry, when we last checked in with her today on NBC, was dancing to Otis Day and the Knights on the Mall. We could just about recognize the spire of the Smithsonian behind her, but it was wall-to-wall people. And Ann, I imagine, you're on higher ground now.
That's right, Brian. In fact, I'm on Pennsylvania Avenue. Of course, is the route that the president-elect will take from the White House to the Capitol for his inauguration. People have been gathering. There are a lot of people here behind me, very excited. The word that they use more than any other word when I describe their feelings about being here is overwhelmed. They are thrilled to see this day. Many of them have never been to inauguration before. This is their first. And on a beautiful Sunday, you can hear them shouting Obama right behind me. I don't know if you can hear me, Brian, but I can't hear myself. One thing I do want to say is that many of them are saying that it's taken them 3 hours of waiting to get to this location, and that there are thousands, we've also verified that from other sources, thousands still who are not still able to get into this location. That's because it is very, very secure. There are officers from 58 jurisdictions, from Virginia State, from Detroit, from many other jurisdictions. They're standing now 6 feet apart, some of them in double lines and behind double barricades, Brian, to make sure that this is a very secure location as the president-elect becomes the president of the United States. Back to you.
Ann Curry on what will become the parade route. And quickly, Lester Holt, you and I were talking about security in this city yesterday. There are steel cages around the offices on Capitol Hill, around the Senate and House. And if you're here this week, it has required so much patience and perseverance in this city.
Well, and as you know, and often in these sorts of things, a security plan is a very fluid thing, so it changes. So what you thought was open is closed, what you thought was closed was open, and they are making adjustments, and it's leading to some frustration. I was watching on the local news a bit earlier, frustration at one of the security points. Folks couldn't get in when they thought they could get in. We're also hearing, we should note, reports of people that started out early out there and are now leaving because they were not quite, they underestimated the weather and the cold, and with small children right now. So it's it takes a lot of perseverance out there, a lot of patience, and certainly a lot of intestinal will to put up with the weather.
For ticket holders, all of the gates are color-coded around the Capitol. You see big signs for purple gate, gray gate, yellow gate, what have you. Some of the waiting time estimates start at 3 hours this morning. Kelly O'Donnell is at the U.S. Capitol, among our correspondents we'll be talking to all day. Kelly, sum things up from your vantage point.
Well, Brian, here in the Capitol Rotunda, one of the iconic landmarks, this is really the last stretch of the path to the presidency for Barack Obama. He and President Bush will cover about 100 feet here, heading to the door and to the dais. And early today, being here very early, I was able to walk out and get their vantage point. The pictures you've been seeing are extraordinary, actually witnessing it, and their point of view is really beyond words. Now, I've had an opportunity to get a few behind-the-scenes moments here. I saw the gifts that Mr. Obama and Mr. Biden will receive being delivered. Wooden boxes containing crystal with their names engraved and today's date. Going into the luncheon. Now, that luncheon, which is a tradition that goes back to President McKinley, they will dine today on a replica of the Abraham Lincoln china, so another nod to Abraham Lincoln. 3 courses. They'll begin with seafood. They'll have pheasant and duck, and they'll finish up with apple cinnamon sponge cake. And behind the scenes here, there's been a lot of movement, a lot of preparation and anticipation as both presidents move back and forth through this very critical intersection in today's events. Brian?
Kelly O'Donnell in the Capitol building, and this is going to happen all day as our correspondents tell us one story, another is going to be unfolding behind them. As Kelly spoke, you saw the Clinton family arrive, daughter Chelsea, Senator, and they believe soon to be Secretary of State Clinton and former President Clinton. And as Kelly was speaking, there went John Kerry behind her, heading to his better-than-average seat for the swearing-in. We're going to fit in one more break, which we believe will be our last, as our coverage goes wall-to-wall, so we don't miss a sound or a picture on this Inauguration Day for the 44th President of the United States. We continue from Washington after this. We're back. Our coverage continues from Washington on the most exciting Inauguration Day in the lives of millions of Americans as we pan the crowd and see all kinds of familiar faces at the U.S. Capitol. Also the faces of members of the public. Some of them have traveled thousands of miles to brave the cold and be here and bear witness to this moment. They'll be watching across this country. School children will be watching, and one place they'll be watching with great interest is a middle school of much note in Atlanta, Georgia. NBC's Ron Mott is standing by there. Ron?
Hey, Brian, good morning. You know, a lot has been said over the past few days about the electric atmosphere in our nation's capital. Well, that charge runs throughout the land, especially right here at Young Middle School. This is the 8th grade language arts class for Mrs. Groves, who's well known to our NBC family. Want to show you what they're doing here. They've got the presidential inauguration packets that they're working on, learning about the history, not only the inauguration festivities themselves, but also about the 44th president of the United States, Barack Obama. Now, you know, these are 12, 13, perhaps 14-year-old students. Fashion is king for kids that age. But take a look at this table. I'm going to ask a few of them to stand up. Barack Obama is all over the school today. Why don't you stand up and show you're wearing a sweatshirt. She's got a T-shirt. She's got a T-shirt. A lot of students bringing Barack Obama with them to class today. This is a very special day for them, Brian. And it recalls memory for me 28 years ago watching Ronald Reagan sworn in as the president of the United States back in 1981. I remember that day even to this day. And these kids are obviously going to remember this one as well. Back up to you.
Our friend Ron Mott in Atlanta. Ron, thanks. And outside my hotel, 2 o'clock this morning, there arose such a clatter. I went to the window and they were setting up tables to sell Barack Obama tapestries as the crowd arrived this morning for the inauguration. And all night long, of course, the endless police, motorcycles, sirens. It was a fitful night's sleep for everybody in Washington last night. For many of the people here, it was simply excitement over getting up and out to see everything in the morning. Rahima Ellis is at the west front of the U.S. Capitol today. Rahima?
Brian, 240,000 tickets have been given out for this area, 28,000 of them for those who get a chance to sit down and watch this historic moment. We've seen so many people come by. Caroline Kennedy, as you know, who is vying for that Senate seat that's being vacated by Hillary Clinton, as well as Alfre Woodard, who was an actress. And standing next to me is Carrie, who is an actress. She starred in Ray.
Yes.
And your thoughts about this day and the moment that's about to approach?
It's thrilling. I've been an official co-chair for the campaign and a surrogate, and I've been on this journey for a long time. I'm so inspired by what America has done.
And you and so many other people, how many people wanted your ticket today to be here?
You know, I just feel really lucky. I've been actually sending blogs on my BlackBerry to my family every second, trying to tell them what I'm doing and when I'm doing it, because I want everybody to be able to be a part of this moment.
Thank you so very much. Enjoy. Brian, from Washington, D.C., New York, California, Texas, Chicago, Illinois, Michigan. I've talked to people from all over. Everyone said they are pulled by the tug of history. It's a powerful moment to be here. No one is feeling that because it's cold, they're leaving. They are undaunted by this cold weather. They know that something historical is about to happen, and they want to witness it. Brian?
So well put. Rahema Ellis with Kerry Washington, who was so brave during the campaign. She went on to defend her candidate on Bill Maher, of all shows, so was willing to mix it up there. Natalie Morales is on Freedom Plaza in Washington. Natalie's been out on the streets and the parade route all morning. Natalie?
Hey, Brian, I got to say, you know, as Rahema pointed out so well and put it so eloquently, the cold is a small sacrifice for folks who have come from near and far to be here today. We've got Katie here, and she said for her, as a young Filipino girl, this moment to you, tell me what this means.
It's just overwhelming, you know, being part of history and coming to America and being able to see this, you know, the first African-American president, you know, and seeing that this place is a land of opportunity, definitely what they advertise, I guess, overseas. So,
what do you think the emotions you're going to be feeling, Katie, as you see the presidential motorcade go by, make its way to the Capitol for the swearing in?
I don't even know. I know I'm going to cry later. I just know I will. When he comes by with the parade, it's so overwhelming. I can't believe it. I can't. It's really difficult.
Really just a sense of people feeling overwhelmed, as Ann Curry pointed out earlier. A lot of people just soaking in every moment here. It doesn't matter that they're freezing cold. We have people in blankets here. They're doing everything they can to stay warm, Brian, with a lot of great energy and a lot of goodwill here. Brian?
Thank you, Natalie Morales. And, you know, we look at these pool pictures. Here's what's happening right now. You see the waving of flags. They're seeing the proceedings. Here comes Senator Kennedy walking with the assistance of a cane, wearing a fedora today, a bright blue scarf. Senator Kennedy, of course, in the middle of treatment for newly discovered brain cancer. And Tom, one of the Lions of Washington.
He is. I saw his son yesterday. He said that Dad's doing pretty well.
Yeah.
And he was really eager about being here, and they're feeling good about the treatment at this point. And I must say, he looks very strong. I talked to him on the phone 10 days ago, 2 weeks ago, and, you know, he was full of a little gossip from Capitol Hill and his determination to get the health bill going. There he is. The old campaigner, determined to hang in there. He feels so strongly about this administration. He was an early endorser of Barack Obama, and he wants to get health care passed while he's still in the Senate.
Absolutely. That classic famous Irish face. And we keep showing you the long shot of the mall, those American flags waving. They are seeing the video on big screens, and they waved their American flags because they thought they saw the motorcade heading down from the White House. Every time they see those pictures, they can't hear the commentary. That is not yet the motorcade. That's why our cameras are waiting for the shot at the White House. But we'll stay on these pictures and see just who is arriving in the sea of black Chevy Suburbans. Andrea Mitchell up on Capitol Hill in the VIP area. Andrea?
I'm here with Governor David Paterson of New York. Governor, you've got one of the biggest decisions of anyone here other than the president-elect. Who's going to be the next senator from New York?
You know, Andrea, I've reached a decision. I thought that since there are only 17 women in the U.S. Senate and 52% of the population are women, that we should take a woman, and I need someone who has the president's ear. So I'm going to go with Michelle Obama.
Well, all jokes aside, Governor Patterson just told me, Brian, that he is going to make a decision probably Friday or Saturday. He's pretty much sure what he wants to do. He doesn't want to step on the news event, obviously the big story of the inauguration. But as an African American, you're seeing an extraordinary thing unfolding here as well.
Well, you know, I knew that African Americans like myself, who probably never thought we'd live to see this, would receive great exhilaration from that day. But I have been so struck by white Americans, even those who didn't vote for Barack Obama, probably don't agree with his policies, and probably wouldn't vote for him if he runs for re-election, how they see what a great day this is for America. That's what's moved me.
Thank you, Governor Patterson. Back to you. Brian?
Andrea Mitchell with the governor of New York. And just there is 41, George Herbert Walker Bush, along with the Bush daughters, his wife Barbara Bush. They were visible while Andrea was talking to the governor of New York. Also, we saw Lynn Cheney and Jill Biden as the Cheney family delegation continues to arrive on Capitol Hill. John Kerry walking through the crowd. And here are the first ladies, present and future.
Brian, there's that wonderful tale that is an Audacity of Hope by Barack Obama when he first met President Bush. You'll remember Bush said, "Come on over here." The president said to him quietly, "I hope you don't mind me giving you a piece of advice." Obama responded, "Not at all, Mr. President. You've got a bright future." President Bush said to Barack Obama, "Very bright, but I've been in this town a while, and let me tell you, it can be tough. When you get a lot of attention like you've been getting, people start gunning for you." And now they're having another meeting in the White House under much different circumstances.
We'll stay on this doorway as we know what to expect next. Members of the Senate arriving on Capitol Hill. We're waiting for the president and president-elect. Vice President Cheney in a wheelchair today because of a back strain, lifting boxes yesterday, accompanied by Vice President-elect Biden.
How are you, sir? Good morning. Chilly, huh?
No love lost between Joe Biden and Dick Cheney. They've been sparring over Iraq and Afghanistan for some time, and it's become pretty contentious here in the last couple of weeks. During the time of transition, Joe Biden speaking out pretty strongly against the Cheney style and the use of power in the White House. Cheney unrepentant and unapologetic, saying in a series of interviews he's proud of what they did and he would do it the same way again.
There's a lineup now of vehicles under the portico on the north lawn of the White House. This is the designated car for the vice president and president-elect. All day as we look at these vehicles, note the thickness and weight of those doors. There are points in the vehicles where the armor plating runs from 4 to 5 inches, not unlike that of an ocean-going battleship. Sealed inside, this car will be driven out, and the next vehicle will be for the current president and president-elect. They're being held just inside the doorway.
And we should know this is a process that we see every 4 years. This is a well-rehearsed ballet of movement of vehicles, of people, just the names change. But they've been rehearsing this, and this town has been crisscrossed by motorcades the last couple of days. I watched last night as Barack Obama's motorcade went past my hotel and went to a dinner, and crowds cheering, and here they come.
With both men sealed inside, now this very important portion of the motorcade will make its way to Capitol Hill. This can be and has been in the past an uncomfortable ride, but it's up to the principals, of course, to break the ice and the tension. The New Yorker magazine did a depiction of FDR and Hoover going down to Capitol Hill that was considered so controversial it never ran in the magazine. David Gregory, having been chief White House correspondent for the Bush years, you got a glimpse and have heard reports of the relationship between these two men.
I have, Brian. When the two met, President Obama, President-elect Obama, and people close to him say that the first family couldn't have been any more gracious to them and to their daughters. But in terms of their meeting themselves, President Obama said to President Bush, look, I'm really going to want to call on you and speak to you. And President Bush apparently said, no, you're not. I'm going to get off the stage. And if I can help you, if I agree with you on something, I'll help. But if not, I'm not going to be around. And he said to him, look, you're going to want to rely on your inner sanctum, on your top advisors. Those are the people that you're really going to rely on. Of course, Rahm Emanuel, incoming chief of staff, also told the president-elect, hey, Bill Clinton, the former president, is somebody that you will want to rely on. He will be an ally and an important one. So it'll be very interesting to see how this president forges relationships with his predecessors. Brian.
And Michael Beschloss, our presidential historian and author, is watching all of this along with us. Michael, this brings to mind a lot of similar drives down from the White House to the Hill. This tradition goes back to the days before cars, of course. Well, I sure did think we could talk to Michael Beschloss, who's in an adjacent studio. We'll just watch as the limousine, you see the reviewing stand for later this afternoon just outside the White House.
And Brian, we should note, I mean, the ideological differences between these two men couldn't be any wider, but by many accounts, this transition has been very cooperative, very cordial. President Bush was very quick to speed up the transition process in terms of security clearances, making sure that the president-elect knew the threats in the world and exactly what they were dealing with.
By all accounts, it's been, Lester's right, it's been very smooth. 2 days ago, the Bush White House put out an advisory to staff, no hanky-panky, no funny business. There was that story about the removal of the W computer keys when the Bush folks came in and took over from the Clinton folks. Car now comes out over the ubiquitous security strips that have been placed in Washington intersections. And this will be the picture we receive on the mile-and-a-half drive down to the Capitol, and later today during the parade from a flatbed truck with cranes and cameras fitted to the rear of it. And now we'll see the crowd writ large as they get the message that this is indeed President and President-elect coming down to Capitol Hill. You'll also note the blue license plates on all of the limousines today bearing the number 1.
They didn't stop and check their security, Brian, like when you and I go in and out.
No, they gave them a free pass through the gate there, Tom. I noted that.
No magnetometer.
They didn't ask to see a driver's license or anything. It'll be a good long time before Barack Obama climbs behind the wheel of a car again. One of the strange things.
A lot of presidents talk about that, and vice presidents as well. They long to drive a car. They can do a little puttering around up at Camp David, but they don't get their hands on the wheel. And sometimes it's an adjustment. Of course, President Bush could do that in Crawford as he went around with his all-terrain vehicles and other vehicles on the ranch itself. But they have designated drivers.
I remember riding in the motorcade of the first President Bush and being on a very long ride, it's turned out, and just being struck on what it must be like to live in a world where there's no such thing as a red light, a traffic delay. It's truly a bubble. And this family, this new first family, has already experienced a little bit of it, but it's about to kick into a gear that they could probably scarcely imagine.
LBJ missed driving so much, he used to head out to his Texas ranch and famously take his 10-gallon hat and cover the speedometer, so his horrified guests in the car had no idea how fast they were going. and they were horrified. Now we're starting the drive in earnest. Again, about 1.5 miles. And please note all these barricades. Some of them have become permanent in the post-9/11 era. Some of them set up just for this week in Washington. But you hear constantly the clank of vehicles heading over the metal treadles in their non-deployed position. Concrete barricades designed to make cars go through a kind of chicane to prevent anything untoward from happening quickly.
Listen to the cheers.
As they see, what you're hearing in the background is the crowd on the mall, because there are large screens along the way, and any picture of the new president, the president-elect Barack Obama, and especially this motorcade, which means we're drawing ever closer to the moment, sets off this emotional surge that you're not only hearing, but my guess is that you're feeling as well, as we are in our own studios here, not too far from the mall.
Nothing is left to chance. Even the angle of the Chevy Suburbans behind the limousine is all preordained. They are to drive at a certain position, certain length and distance, barring any surprises. The phalanx of Harley-Davidsons with sidecars, part of the Metropolitan Police unit that always follows the president. Look at that shot. Heading up to Capitol Hill in the distance. Michael Beschloss, so you have the leader of the free world and the man who is in a few minutes going to become the leader of the free world in the back seat of the same limousine. What's going on?
Wouldn't you like to hear this conversation, Brian? I think we'll get some snippets soon. Oftentimes it's a pretty rough time, because oftentimes you have a president who's been defeated by the guy who's sitting next to him in the back seat of that car. But usually the two presidents try to make it an easy experience even in that time. The story is told, true story, 1981. Reagan and Carter were riding in the back of that car. Reagan, of course, had defeated President Jimmy Carter in a landslide. And Reagan was trying to lighten the atmosphere by telling all these wonderful stories about Hollywood, dealing with all these studio moguls, Warner Brothers and so on. It was lost on Carter, who was so intense and worried about the Iran hostages who would be released that day. The car pulls up at the Capitol. Reagan gets out, Carter gets out and runs over to one of his aides and says, "Who is this Jack Warner that Reagan keeps on talking about?"
Two men from different backgrounds. And Michael, while you were talking, we saw a shot of former House Speaker Tom Foley just arriving on Capitol Hill. All the men and women who have seen power change so many times back and forth in Washington. But it keeps being said we haven't seen anything like this. And
there's a wonderful story about the transition and how it's been going. Among other things, they invited Rahm Emanuel to come to the White House and meet with former chiefs of staff, and they brought in everyone. And they said, you only have one client, develop peripheral vision. And among those attending the meeting was Dick Cheney, who is the former White House chief of staff under Gerald Ford. And when they got to Cheney and asked him what advice he had from Rahm Emanuel, he looked at him and said, "Watch out for your vice president." And there was a small beat and the room exploded in laughter at that point. So there's been some good humor. My guess is, knowing President Bush and Barack Obama and the ease that they have with each other, this is probably a pretty chatty ride, and it's probably meaningful as well. I think that Bush will want to share with him some final thoughts about what he should expect, likely about the political tenor of the town and some things to do. That's sure speculation on my part, but my guess is that they're chatting as they go along.
I'm sure. And later today, the new president will actually get a note from the then former president, which will be the last word that he'll find in the Oval Office.
And that's one that's only a recent tradition, started by Ronald Reagan to his vice president coming in, George H.W. Bush, in 1989. Reagan liked to have this note paper that friends used to give him with little slogans on it. And the note paper he happened to have that day had a little picture of a turkey and the legend, "Don't let the turkeys get you down." that was the stationery that he used to write this gracious little note to George H.W. Bush and left it in the drawer of the president's desk.
In the Reagan Library, there's all kinds of notations about weighty matters of state, and they're all on novelty pieces of stationery of varying designs and degrees of humor. We're getting close here to the Capitol building, and again, Tom's right, you can hear the reaction. A lot of it is from our microphones placed throughout the larger crowd. It's an extraordinary retrofitted white van that we have in front of the limousine with a lockdown camera position with a cushion and a gyro that keeps this shot very, very stable. And when the time comes, we'll go to Nora O'Donnell, who's on the east front of the Capitol. Nora, can you see this arriving yet? You know what, Nora? We're going to work on your microphone, too, and try that again. Cars have pulled up now. This is one of the protected archways. 10:59 a.m. Eastern Time. The arrival.
And my guess is that that's Mrs. Cheney and Mrs. Biden, who left early. I think that, and now the first ladies are arriving as well.
There's Joe Biden on the right-hand side of your screen. And again, because Vice President Cheney has suffered a back injury yesterday, he's moving around today in a wheelchair. So it will take longer to get him out of the car. There, the door opens on the limousine behind them. And here are the First Ladies.
The House leadership, Steny Hoyer, John Boehner, Speaker Pelosi.
Also Dick Blum behind Mrs. Obama, who's the husband of Dianne Feinstein, who was in charge of the ceremony for the Senate today.
Doors are open on the presidential limousine. Nora O'Donnell, let's try again. What can you see from there?
And Brian, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Well, as you just saw, the president and the first lady arriving here, and you know, Ted Kennedy said this earlier. It's really sort of breathtaking to think about Barack Obama arriving here. This Capitol, of course, built by slaves, and just across the way, of course, the Supreme Court, which inspired the modern civil rights revolution with its desegregation decision 55 years ago. They walked in. We can also see, Brian, you see the wheelchair that is going to be used for the vice president of the United States because of his back injury, as has been noted when he was trying to move some boxes yesterday as he's moving out. And can you see, Brian, a very close picture just right in front of us here? We've been able to shout questions to some of the arriving dignitaries here, and we're going to watch this as they are now, as you can see, Brian, just trying to get that wheelchair ready as they are going to get him out of the limousine and into that chair. He's straining, Brian, inside the limousine.
Nora, I think your vantage point differs from ours. We, all of us, as look at the mayor of New Orleans, Ray Nagin, all of us have just watched the president-elect make the final turn into their first of 2 to 3 holding chambers before they come out. And we're going to be mindful here of watching the arrivals, and throughout the crowd today you're going to see familiar faces.
You know, one of the things that I've been watching is that hats are back. Jack Kennedy almost ruined the hat industry in America by appearing headless,
they're creeping
not headless,
back.
but hatless when he made his inaugural address.
That was Reggie Love, by the way, the pride of Duke University, the personal aide to the incoming president. And here's the Chief Justice, members of the court. Justice Scalia with the black hat he prefers to wear in events like this. Justice Stevens, senior most justice there on the left. Pride of the city of Chicago. Remember, this will be the first, and Michael Beschloss, you can underscore this, as we see Justice O'Connor, who returned for this event, a Chief Justice swearing in a new president who voted against his confirmation.
Absolutely, and that's sort of the majesty and the wonder of all this, because this is one of the few days in American life where everyone really does come together. Wasn't quite that dramatic, but Earl Warren, as Chief Justice, swore in Richard Nixon in 1969. I think it would be slight overstatement to say that Warren hated Nixon, but only slight. Wouldn't you agree, Tom, from your experience in California?
I would. I don't think it's an overstatement. I mean, he might have described it in more eloquent terms, but he couldn't abide him. And then there was that very awkward moment between Justice Rehnquist and Bill Clinton. When Bill Clinton was sworn in, it was pretty clear that Justice Rehnquist did not approve of him. He kind of turned his back on him as soon as he finished the ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and Hillary Clinton has written about that, actually.
Indeed. And he couldn't have foreseen that a year later that Chief Justice Rehnquist would be presiding over Bill Clinton's Senate trial after his impeachment.
Chairs of the 56th Presidential Inaugural Committee.
Bill Daley, who was the Commerce Secretary with President Clinton, is a very close confidant of this new president, been very active in this town socially this week and providing a lot of economic advice as well.
And also, Bill Daley was one of the first guests of John Kennedy in the White House in 1961 when Kennedy became president. He showed his thanks to Mayor Daley of Chicago, who helped to win the election by having all the Daleys to the White House as his first guests.
In the front row there, Chris Dodd, one of the Democrats who ran unsuccessfully. There's, again, Reggie Love, former Duke University basketball player. Terrific, unassuming guy, known unofficially in the campaign as the guy who carried the Purell, the chapstick, the Sharpie, not just one Sharpie, but about 3 of them, and every time Barack Obama would turn around or need anything, Reggie Love was there and worked so hard, so tirelessly, and the two of them got along so easily during the campaign that he has earned himself a job as personal assistant to the president. In Washington parlance, it's the body man. And it's an intimate connection between president and his or her body person. They are the keepers of the secrets. And a lot of us have watched this relationship over the past few months.
Oh, sorry. So John Rogers there, I think
John
a moment ago, that there's a huge Chicago contingent. You know, I spent a lot of years covering Chicago. John Rogers of Ariel Capital Management, good friend of Barack Obama, huge supporter.
Ladies and gentlemen,
all week we've seen a lot of the old Chicago gang here.
Sorry, I was talking about my friend Reggie looking at Michelle's brother.
Janet Napolitano, new Secretary of Labor Silvas.
Craig Robinson was who we were looking at. I was preoccupied having seen Reggie this morning. Here we come now. These are a lot of new members of the administration, people who will become public faces, White House aides, chief administration officials that we will come to know.
Ray LaHood in the background, new Treasury Transportation Secretary. Larry Summers, who's going to be not the Treasury Secretary, but a principal economic advisor in that crowd. Susan Rice, the new ambassador to the United Nations, there in the middle of the crowd, just turning and smiling. You'll get to know them well.
And Peter Orszag, who's going to be the new director of the Office of Management and Budget, he's going to have his hands full, don't you think, Tom?
Dan Quayle, his wife Marilyn, former vice president, and Al Gore.
Dan Quayle's been doing a lot of work with returning servicemen and who are suffering post-traumatic stress syndrome, and of course Al Gore will be a principal advisor on climate change and environmental matters.
Walter Mondale and his wife Joan.
And the still unresolved question of who will be the senator from Minnesota. Al Franken leading by, what, 225 votes?
Yeah, that was the number at last count. Still many steps to go before and if he takes the oath of office in the Senate. David Gregory on the west front of the Capitol outside as we look at the former vice presidents come down the steps inside. David?
the special guest?
Well, it's interesting to see, Brian, how much excitement there is, even in this VIP section. You have, as you mentioned, incoming members of the administration, former members of past administrations, members of Congress and the like, and they seem to be as giddy and excited as anybody else here as they get together and take pictures of one another and take videos, and they have this incredible vista of the sea of people that the president elect and soon-to-be president will look out on as he addresses the country. I wanted to add one other thing, Brian, about that relationship between Bush and the president-elect. When they did have a chance to get together, one of the things that Bush said to him was really a very well-run campaign, and President-elect Obama said, well, I hope you recognized it, because there were some elements of yours that we studied very, very closely, and you can imagine President Bush was flattered. And we saw that, too, between Bush and Clinton. These are prominent politicians who respect each other's stagecraft at a time like this.
And David Gregory is at one of the great locations to watch this. David, you estimated earlier you're, what, 200 feet, 150 feet from the podium?
Exactly right. And as I say, I've also just got a great view all the way down the mall to the Washington Monument, some of the really poetic pictures that we've been able to show that capture this day. And again, to see it up here up close and to see people's faces as they gather, both in the crowd and up here in the section that will surround the president-elect is really something.
Michael Beschloss, because we plan to fall silent for obviously much of the official ceremony when we get underway, let's talk a bit about the expectations surrounding the inaugural address of this new president, who really made such a name for himself as an orator over the past 2 years.
You know, we've talked about this, and with your mastery of history, you know this very well. It's so much easier if a president comes in with lower expectations. Hard to remember now, but when Franklin Roosevelt got up to speak in 1933, a lot of Americans, a lot of people in Washington thought that Roosevelt was a little bit of a lightweight. Had given some good speeches, but by giving one speech that day that dispelled so many doubts about the economy, saying the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, the rest of that speech, Roosevelt really raised himself to the level of a great man. It probably couldn't have happened had the expectations been higher. Same thing with John Kennedy in 1961. There were some people who looked on Kennedy as someone who was certainly the youngest elected president, contested election, not a great lion of the Senate, but by giving one speech, he helped himself. But as I think you're tacitly suggesting, it was a lot easier for FDR and JFK because they didn't come in having already given one of the great speeches of American history, which is what Barack Obama did at the 2004 Democratic Convention.
Obama seems to have been telegraphing over his last several speeches this sense of ratchet it down, America. We're going to do this, right, but please ratchet it down. This is not going to happen quickly. The problems are too big, and I would suspect that's where we're heading today.
And he knows enough about history to know that what the gods give, the gods can often take away. And if you have a wonderful entrance like this with so much excitement, it takes a leader to channel that and explain it to the people.
Al Gore, who wanted so badly to be president, as so many Americans, all of them Democrats, will remind you, won the popular vote, visiting Capitol Hill today with his wife, Tipper. Love to know their feelings right about now. And across town, we see Andrea Mitchell working her beat on the VIP platform. Across town, Chuck Todd is at the White House, where now that everybody is away, moving day begins silently but very quickly.
It does, and we know that even this morning they were actually doing painting, filling in holes, doing some spackling and all those things. But we're now also finally able to talk a little bit about the speech itself that we're going to hear from President-elect Obama when he's president. And it goes to something I heard Lester just say, which is it is going to feel familiar. The words are going to be new. Two of the inaugurals that were very influential into Obama's thinking was Lincoln's second inaugural and the FDR inaugural, talking about putting the times in context, being able to use the inaugural address to create a historical marker. which is something we've heard Doris Kearns Goodwin talk about this, those are sometimes the inaugural addresses that are best remembered, that know how to capture the moment and at the same time create an optimism. You're not going to hear policy details out of him. That isn't something you would normally hear out of an inauguration anyway. But we also know he didn't tinker with his speech today. What he finished with last night is what he's going to deliver today.
Chuck Todd at the White House as we look at 41, former President Bush, his wife Barbara. They spent the night at the White House. They wanted to come see the new briefing room yesterday. It had been changed since their time there. President walking with a pronounced limp. He's had various surgeries, had a recent back injury, still plans to jump out of another perfectly good airplane to celebrate his birthday. A hardy man, one-time youngest ever aviator in World War II. Shot down, saved by submarine. Tom, they're going to have to try pretty hard to keep 41 down.
We are. He's not happy about this condition at all. He just grimaces. He can't do it. President and Mrs. Carter, who are here. The President is out with a new book that is an outline for peace in the Middle East that he had published today, not entirely coincidental with the inauguration of a new president. Seeing very active this president as well. It's one of these unusual times in which we'll have President Carter, President Bush still around, and President Clinton, and we'll see how much the new president calls on them for special assignments.
It's a terrific time. Relations have been strained, let's face it, among the former presidents. With President Carter, Michael Beschloss, we saw that photo showing the body language when they were all together. It didn't help that President Carter used the word apartheid in talking about the situation in the Middle East in his last book.
I think that's right, and he does have a penchant for some controversy. But you know, the amazing thing, Brian, and I think this is reassuring about America, is some of these former presidents who had the biggest animus toward each other actually formed friendships. You know, you were talking about George H.W. Bush was defeated by Bill Clinton, did not think much of Bill Clinton, to put it mildly. Yet, since then, they've developed a quite good relationship, trying to get aid for victims of the tsunami. There we see President and Mrs. Clinton right there, the tsunami and Hurricane Katrina. But you know, you were also mentioning President Carter he defeated Gerald Ford, and it was a bitter campaign, and between them, not much love lost. But by the 1980s and afterwards, the two men spoke of their friendship. They felt they had the closest friendship between any two ex-presidents in American history, and I think that's pretty close to being true.
Tom and I both attended the same function last night where in 3 separate motorcades, Hillary Clinton entered, then President Clinton, then their daughter Chelsea Clinton. The endless party circuit that has surrounded this inauguration.
You think about how the world has changed in the last couple of years. It wasn't long ago that many thought that we'd see Hillary Clinton walking in the Capitol on this day under very different circumstances.
President Clinton was telling a small group last night his wife has been working all her life toward the job of Secretary of State. Here's the former President Bush.
I would like to have known what Barbara Bush said to her son this morning at breakfast. That might have been a pretty interesting conversation.
Very friendly embraces between the Bushes and Clintons.
Maybe the conversation was about how history sees you in the future. I mean, President Bush talked about that in his farewell news conference a week or so ago. And all of these former presidents can probably relate to how their legacy changes in years that follow.
Here come the Carters, and we have a former president traffic jam right here in the middle of the hallway.
And that has rarely happened in American history, mainly because only in recent times do people live so long that you have this many ex-presidents around.
See the young woman with the headphone, she's probably thinking that you weren't supposed to stop and talk. You're supposed to separate. We have a schedule to keep.
We're 20 seconds behind.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 39th President of the United States, Jimmy Carter and Mrs. Rosalind Carter.
Not quite yet, but okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 41st President of the United States, George H.W. Bush and Mrs. Barbara Bush.
Thank you.
I can go help you if you like.
No, I'm all right. I'll just take this rail. Good morning. And then patient and carrier.
Some of these sounds, our microphones are surprisingly picking up more than we expected of the conversation and passing as they make their way to their seats. There's Rahm Emanuel, incoming Chief of Staff, Franklin Raines, Al Gore. Again, if your seats are in this area, you're doing okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, William Jefferson Clinton, and Senator Hillary Rodham Clinton.
By the way, because it's been a topic of much conversation as we see the Bush daughters, Jenna and Barbara, come out. 27 degrees is the current temperature. We're just about a half hour away now. Wind chill predicted to be 10 degrees at this hour is in fact a balmy 14. Everybody on Capitol Hill bundled up against the cold. The hand and foot warmer industry has done a robust business here. all the guests in the seated area at the concert over the weekend were handed them as they arrived. We're learning of a number of snafus at some of the entrance gates. A lot of clogs, a lot of security backups, and apparently a lot of unhappy people. It is a huge, unwieldy crowd to handle, and security in Washington is done, much as it is in New York and Times Square, by sectioning off. Look at that picture. 41st President of the United States, woman who is expected to be the next Secretary of State, and at the White House, the quiet work of changing administrations as the moving vans come in and the moving vans go out. A lot of the Bush's personal effects furniture already being shipped to both Crawford and the new home they've purchased, Dallas, Texas. Here are the new first daughters, Malia and Sasha.
Ladies and gentlemen, the children of the Vice President-elect, Captain Beau Biden, Hunter Biden, and Ashley Biden, accompanied by House Chief Administrative Officer Dan Beard.
It's the grandmother, Mrs. Robinson, behind them. As you may know, she's going to live with the family in the White House, something that makes the girls very happy. Safe to say the Obama family probably could not have functioned during the campaign without her presence. Allowed both parents to travel as they needed to.
And we learned shortly after the election they will not be children of privilege in all the senses. They'll be making their own beds.
That's right.
Mom and Dad have made it clear that some things about life don't change. And I think that's one of the things that people admire about the Obamas is they're grounded, aside from everything else, they're a grounded family, great role models, by all accounts, very devoted parents, and are raising a couple of wonderful kids.
And also a sense of humor. Mrs. Obama said when she came to the White House for the first time, she said to the White House chief usher, make sure that the kids make their own beds, but you make sure that the staff makes mine.
Well.
There are the outgoing First Lady and Lynn Cheney, wife of the Vice President. Tom, Lynn Cheney is really a historian in her own right, a prolific author, always working on a new project.
Mrs. Marion Robinson and the daughters of the President-elect, Malia Obama and Sasha Obama, accompanied by Assistant Secretary of the Senate, Sheila Dwyer.
Funhouse mirror effect through the bulletproof glass. There's a better shot of Malia.
Ladies and gentlemen, the First Lady, Mrs. Laura Bush, and the wife of the Vice President, Mrs. Lynn Cheney, accompanied by Secretary Chow, Mrs. Bennett, Mrs. Boehner, and Republican Staff Director of the U.S. Senate Committee on Rules and Administration, Mary Suit Jones.
Hey, everybody.
Michael Beschloss, think of the public role Laura Bush has taken on after that famous story that she agreed to go after this job as long as her husband wouldn't ask her to make a speech.
A promise that was not exactly kept, and she became very good at it. This is someone who, at the beginning, by all accounts, was a very private person, extremely shy when she first married George W. Bush, perhaps the classic idea, perhaps novelist idea of a librarian, but has grown in public life and come to feel quite comfortable with it in a way you've seen in her sort of bloom over the last 8 years.
The Princeton colors on the brother of Michelle Obama, just behind the two girls. He's the uncle and the basketball coach, of course, who passed the family test by playing basketball with Barack Obama when he first started courting Michelle, now a basketball coach in Oregon.
Martin Luther King III standing nearby, a reminder of whose 80th birthday it was yesterday. Not only that, of course, but the great historical significance of this day.
Americans have, right on cue, started falling in love with the Obama girls. It really is the first time. Young children have been in the White House since the Kennedy era. And they look beautiful today.
Malia got a lot of attention for saying, after they visited the Lincoln Memorial, or as they were visiting it, first African-American president better be good in your inaugural address. But she also said when they looked at the Gettysburg Address and her father explained to her that he was promising equality and justice for all, she looked at him and said, yeah, how are we doing on that?
And again, look at that delayed reaction. The crowd, the flag waving, they are seeing the pictures of Malia and Sasha and reacting to that. Malia brought her camera. She had her camera at the concert this weekend. She's had it at all the events. She'll have some better than average angles as we see the Joe Biden and Michelle Obama as they come out. Joe Biden in the news yesterday when she said on Oprah her husband had been offered 2 jobs, Secretary of State and Vice President. That prompted one of the classic Washington statements to be issued, beginning with what she meant to say was.
A little bit of backtracking there.
Right. Whenever you hear that, you know what's happening.
That's right. She is known officially as Dr. Biden by dint of her PhD, a longtime educator.
And has made it clear she wants to teach at a community college around Washington, D.C., although she's gotten great offers from some of the better-known colleges in Washington. She wants to keep on doing what she has been doing.
Lester, you got the schedule in front of you. How we're doing on time? 11:31.
Last I looked, they were running about 16 minutes late here, but let me catch up here.
John Boehner, Senator McConnell, and of course, President Bush.
It's unfortunate for Vice President Cheney to have had this accident, obviously, because there will be those who don't like him who will be writing tomorrow that he had a Dr. Strangelove appearance as he appeared today in his wheelchair. It's not something that he'll be happy about, going out in a wheelchair, because he prides himself on his robustness.
Jesse Jackson Jr. for Michelle Obama. You see Senator Bennett there in the white scarf. It's a great role if you're in the leadership for the inaugural committee. You get to escort everybody in and affix your signature to many of the pre-printed tickets. Michelle Obama being shown to her better than average seat for these proceedings. And Michael Beschloss, the solitary figure, the outgoing president, to be able to monitor his thoughts right now.
I think it's fair to say that this is not what he hoped for when he came in. He lost both houses of Congress in 2006. He wasn't running last year, but Barack Obama, he knows, was elected largely on the promise that he was going to do things very differently from George W. Bush. The outgoing president has this fervent belief, he keeps on saying, that history will redeem him.
We're trying to confirm if the red box you saw in Michelle Obama's hand, aside from being some sort of clutch, is in fact the box containing the Lincoln Bible on which the new president will place his hand to take the oath. The actual book has a leather embossed cover and gilded edges.
And, you know, you'd think that it was an old tradition, but only since the time of the Johnsons, Lady Bird Johnson in the mid-1960s, did you have this tradition where the president's spouse holds the Bible.
And, Michael, as you know, President Johnson himself, it's not a requirement that a hand be placed on a Bible per se. He placed his hand on a Book of Common Prayer that was found among JFK's things on Air Force One.
Absolutely. And, you know, public manners have so changed. After John Kennedy was sworn in 1961, he did not kiss his wife. If that happened nowadays, you begin to wonder about the marriage.
So much has been said and written about the incoming First Lady. No pressure, but the New York Times speculated she may save the fashion industry in the United States. Ruffles and flourishes being played.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable George Walker Bush, and the Vice President of the United States, Dick Cheney, accompanied by Senate Republican leader Senator Mitch McConnell, Senator Robert Bennett, House Republican leader Representative John Boehner, and Secretary for the Minority, David Chiappa.
I saw you up there.
Nick, you're looking good.
All right, gentlemen. Vice President, keep up the good work.
hostages were not released until the lunch, so we never had that moment.
And we're looking at the Bush family and Dick Cheney, of course. Think about what has transpired over the last 8 years. Their arrival in Washington, no one, of course, could see tragedy coming, 9/11.
Accompanying the Vice President-elect, inaugural coordinator for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Jennifer Griffith, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms Drew Willison, House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms Kerry Hanley, Senate Majority Leader Senator Harry Reid, House Majority Leader Representative Steny Hoyer.
Our first picture of the president-elect as he approaches the door. And the reaction of the crowd seeing him on the big screens. A man of remarkable inner and outward calm. All of us have come to know him and spend time with Barack Obama. Look at the reaction in that crowd. Joe Biden from Delaware by way of Scranton, Pennsylvania. Big fan of Amtrak commutes on the train. Famously knows all the conductors. Invited this reporter to sit in the cab of the high-speed Acela with him for what was basically a trip to lobby this reporter on doing stories on more funding for the Amtrak Acela. It's everyone's guess that the train will run a little straighter and a little faster once the funding spigot gets opened up.
You know, from this point, this looks like a very lonely moment, doesn't it? And you think about what he's about to see when he walks out, that picture we just showed.
And one thing he's so known for is that tremendous focus and calm.
And Tom, he's probably about to have to spend $1 trillion to get the United States economy jump-started.
It's a big, big play, and he knows that, and everyone else that has been advising him knows that there's no assurance it's going to work. We expect him, obviously, to reach out to the American people, but even with that, these are unprecedented and very complex economic issues that we are dealing with, and they're not confined to these shores, they're around the world, and we're so interrelated. The financial piping, if you will, now extends well beyond Wall Street to China and India and Europe, for that matter. And as we have learned, it can go wrong so swiftly. And all the assurances we've had every 6 weeks or so have turned out to be empty.
I think you're about to hear a roar that's going to extend far beyond this picture. You're going to hear that roar across this country.
Think of the sharecroppers' homes in Alabama and Arkansas and Mississippi. Think of the senior citizens' homes where people have suffered so much over the years, have been humiliated and treated not just as second-class citizens, but inhumanely as well, and how they're responding on all of this. And think of the aspirations in the barrios of America in East Los Angeles and southwestern Texas. And for that matter, the Asian American neighborhoods in the Pacific Northwest and along the California coastline.
I'm picturing my mother right now. I spoke to her last night, and she said, I'm going to be in front of the TV with a box of Kleenex, the answering machine on, and she's spoken so many times about waiting to see a president that looked like her, and she's about to see it.
On inaugural ceremonies, Howard Gantman, the Senate Sergeant-at-Arms Terrence W. Gaynor, the House Sergeant-at-Arms Wilson Livingood, Chairman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Senator Dianne Feinstein, Senator Robert Bennett, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, Senate Majority Leader, Senator Harry Reid, House Majority Leader, Representative Steny Hoyer, House Republican Leader, Representative John Boehner.
I decided to come back. Groundhog Day.
president-elect briefly while everyone gets seated.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, Barack H. Obama. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats.
Down, boys.
Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Dianne Feinstein.
Mr. President and Vice President, Mr. President-elect and Vice President-elect, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inauguration of the 44th President of the United States of America. The world is watching today as our great democracy engages in this peaceful transition of power. Here on the National Mall, where we remember the founders of our nation and those who fought to make it free, we gather to etch another line in the solid stone of history. The freedom of a people to choose its leaders is the root of liberty. In a world where political strife is too often settled with violence, we come here every 4 years to bestow the power of the presidency upon our democratically elected leader. Those who doubt the supremacy of the ballot over the bullet can never diminish the power engendered by nonviolent struggles for justice and equality, like the one that made this day possible. No triumph tainted by brutality could ever match the sweet victory of this hour and of what it means to those who marched and died to make it a reality. Our work is not yet finished, but future generations will mark this morning as the turning point for real and necessary change in our nation. They will look back and remember that this was the moment when the dream that once echoed across history from the steps of the Lincoln Memorial finally reached the walls of the White House. In that spirit, we today not only inaugurate a new administration, we pledge ourselves to the hope, the vision, the unity, and the renewed call to greatness inspired by the 44th President of the United States, Barack Obama. Thank you, and God bless America. At this time, I call upon Dr. Rick Warren, pastor of the Saddleback Church in Lake Forest, California, to provide the invocation.
Let us pray. Almighty God, our Father, everything we see and everything we can't see exists because of you alone. It all comes from you. It all belongs to you. It all exists for your glory. History is your story. The scripture tells us, "Hear, O Israel, the Lord is our God. The Lord is one. And you are the compassionate and merciful one, and you are loving to everyone you have made." Now today, we rejoice not only in America's peaceful transfer of power for the 44th time, we celebrate a hinge point of history with the inauguration of our first African-American President of the United States. We are so grateful to live in this land, a land of unequaled possibility, where the son of an African immigrant can rise to the highest level of our leadership. And we know today that Dr. King and a great cloud of witnesses are shouting in heaven, "Give to our new president, Barack Obama, the wisdom to lead us with humility, the courage to lead us with integrity, the compassion to lead us with generosity. Bless and protect him, his family, Vice President Biden, the cabinet, and every one of our freely elected leaders. Help us, oh God, to remember that we are Americans, united not by race or religion or blood, but to our commitment to freedom and justice for all. When we focus on ourselves, when we fight each other, when we forget you, forgive us. When we presume that our greatness and our prosperity is ours alone, forgive us. When we fail to treat our fellow human beings and all the earth with the respect that they deserve, forgive us. And as we face these difficult days ahead, may we have a new birth of clarity in our aims, responsibility in our actions, humility in our approaches, and civility in our attitudes, even when we differ. Help us to share, to serve, and to seek the common good of all. May all people of goodwill today join together to work for a more just, a more healthy, and a more prosperous nation and a peaceful planet. And may we never forget that one day all nations and all people will stand accountable before you. We now commit our new president and his wife, Michelle, and his daughters, Malia and Sasha, into your loving care. I humbly ask this in the name of the one who changed my life, Yeshua, Isa, Jesus, Jesus, who taught us to pray, "Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
I am so pleased to introduce world-renowned musical artist Aretha Franklin to sing My Country, 'Tis of Thee. In welcoming my colleague from Utah, the Honorable Robert Bennett.
It is my great honor to introduce Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States, John Paul Stevens, who will give the oath of office, administer the oath of office to the Vice President-elect. Will you all please stand?
Mr. Justice, you gonna get the Bible there, baby? Read the Bible.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
The duties of the office upon which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God. Thank you, Mr. Justice.
It is my pleasure to introduce a unique musical performance. Mr. Itzhak Perlman, violinist, Anthony McGill, clarinetist, Yo-Yo Ma, cellist, and Gabriela Montero, pianist, performing Air and Simple Gifts, a composition arranged for this occasion by John Williams.
became the 44th president 4 minutes ago. Even though he's yet to take the oath of office at 12 noon.
It is my distinct honor to present the Chief Justice of the United States, the Honorable John G. Roberts, Jr., who will administer the presidential oath of office. Everyone, please stand.
That was for you.
Are you prepared to take the oath, Senator?
I am.
I, Barack Hussein Obama, do solemnly swear.
I, Barack Hussein Obama, do solemnly swear.
That I will execute the office of President to the United States faithfully.
That I will execute
the office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States faithfully.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
So help you God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President. All the best wishes.
United States, Barack Obama.
Thank you. Thank you. My fellow citizens, I stand here today humbled by the task before us, grateful for the trust you've bestowed, mindful of the sacrifices borne by our ancestors. I thank President Bush for his service to our nation. As well as the generosity and cooperation he has shown throughout this transition. 44 Americans have now taken the presidential oath. The words have been spoken during rising tides of prosperity and the still waters of peace. Yet, every so often, the oath is taken amidst gathering clouds and raging storms. At these moments, America has carried on not simply because of the skill or vision of those in high office, but because we, the people, have remained faithful to the ideals of our forebears and true to our founding documents. So it has been, so it must be with this generation of Americans. That we are in the midst of crisis is now well understood. Our nation is at war against a far-reaching network of violence and hatred.
Our economy is badly weakened, a consequence of greed and irresponsibility on the part of some, but also our collective failure to make hard choices and prepare the nation for a new age. Homes have been lost, jobs shed, businesses shuttered. Our health care is too costly, our schools fail too many, and each day brings further evidence that the ways we use energy strengthen our adversaries and threaten our planet. These are the indicators of crisis, subject to data and statistics. Less measurable, but no less profound, is a sapping of confidence across our land. A nagging fear that America's decline is inevitable, that the next generation must lower its sights. Today, I say to you that the challenges we face are real. They are serious and they are many. They will not be met easily or in a short span of time. But know this, America, they will be met. On this day, we gather because we have chosen hope over fear, unity of purpose over conflict and discord. On this day, we come to proclaim an end to the petty grievances and false promises, the recriminations and worn-out dogmas that for far too long have strangled our politics. We remain a young nation, but in the words of Scripture, the time has come to set aside childish things. The time has come to reaffirm our enduring spirit, to choose our better history, to carry forward that precious gift, that noble idea passed on from generation to generation, the God-given promise that all are equal, all are free, and all deserve a chance to pursue their full measure of happiness. In reaffirming the greatness of our nation, we understand that greatness is never a given. It must be earned. Our journey has never been one of shortcuts or settling for less. It has not been the path for the faint-hearted, for those who prefer leisure over work or seek only the pleasures of riches and fame. Rather, it has been the risk-takers, the doers, the makers of things, some celebrated, but more often men and women obscure in their labor, who have carried us up the long, rugged path towards prosperity and freedom. For us, they packed up their few worldly possessions and traveled across oceans in search of a new life. For us, they toiled in sweatshops and settled the West, endured the lash of the whip, and plowed the hard earth. For us, they fought and died in places like Concord and Gettysburg, Normandy and Quezon. Time and again, these men and women struggled and sacrificed and worked till their hands were raw so that we might live a better life. They saw America as bigger than the sum of our individual ambitions, greater than all the differences of birth or wealth or faction. This is the journey we continue today. We remain the most prosperous, powerful nation on earth. Our workers are no less productive than when this crisis began. Our minds are no less inventive, our goods and services no less needed than they were last week or last month or last year. Our capacity remains undiminished, but our time of standing pat, of protecting narrow interests and putting off unpleasant decisions, that time has surely passed. Starting today, we must pick ourselves up, dust ourselves off, and begin again the work of remaking America. For everywhere we look, there is work to be done. The state of our economy calls for action, bold and swift, and we will act, not only to create new jobs, but to lay a new foundation for growth. We will build the roads and bridges, the electric grids and digital lines that feed our commerce and bind us together. We will restore science to its rightful place and wield technology's wonders to raise healthcare's quality and lower its cost. We will harness the sun and the winds and the soil to fuel our cars and run our factories, and we will transform our schools and colleges and universities to meet the demands of a new age. All this we can do. All this we will do. Now, there are some who question the scale of our ambitions, who suggest that our system cannot tolerate too many big plans. Their memories are short, for they have forgotten what this country has already done, what free men and women can achieve when imagination is joined to common purpose and necessity to courage. What the cynics fail to understand is that the ground has shifted beneath them, that the stale political arguments that have consumed us for so long no longer apply. The question we ask today is not whether our government is too big or too small, but whether it works, whether it helps families find jobs at a decent wage, care they can afford, a retirement that is dignified. Where the answer is yes, we intend to move forward. Where the answer is no, programs will end. And those of us who manage the public's dollars will be held to account to spend wisely, reform bad habits, and do our business in the light of day, because only then can we restore the vital trust between a people and their government. Nor is the question before us whether the market is a force for good or ill. Its power to generate wealth and expand freedom is unmatched. But this crisis has reminded us that without a watchful eye, the market can spin out of control. The nation cannot prosper long when it favors only the prosperous. The success of our economy has always depended not just on the size of our gross domestic product, but on the reach of our prosperity, on the ability to extend opportunity to every willing heart. Not out of charity, but because it is the surest route to our common good. As for our common defense, we reject as false the choice between our safety and our ideals. Our founding fathers, faced with perils that we can scarcely imagine, drafted a charter to assure the rule of law and the rights of man, a charter expanded by the blood of generations. Those ideals still light the world, and we will not give them up for expedience sake. And so, to all the other peoples and governments who are watching today, from the grandest capitals to the small village where my father was born, know that America is a friend of each nation and every man, woman, and child who seeks a future of peace and dignity, and we are ready to lead once more. Recall that earlier generations faced down fascism and communism, not just with missiles and tanks, but with the sturdy alliances and enduring convictions. They understood that our power alone cannot protect us, nor does it entitle us to do as we please. Instead, they knew that our power grows through its prudent use. Our security emanates from the justness of our cause, the force of our example, the tempering qualities of humility and restraint. We are the keepers of this legacy. Guided by these principles once more, we can meet those new threats that demand even greater effort, even greater cooperation and understanding between nations. We will begin to responsibly leave Iraq to its people and forge a hard-earned peace in Afghanistan. With old friends and former foes, we will work tirelessly to lessen the nuclear threat and roll back the specter of a warming planet. We will not apologize for our way of life, nor will we waver in its defense. And for those who seek to advance their aims by inducing terror and slaughtering innocents, we say to you now that our spirit is stronger and cannot be broken. You cannot outlast us, and we will defeat you. For we know that our patchwork heritage is a strength, not a weakness. We are a nation of Christians and Muslims, Jews and Hindus, and non-believers. We are shaped by every language and culture, drawn from every end of this earth. And because we have tasted the bitter swill of civil war and segregation and emerged from that dark chapter stronger and more united, we cannot help but believe that the old hatreds shall someday pass, that the lines of tribes shall soon dissolve, that as the world grows smaller, our common humanity shall reveal itself, and that America must play its role in ushering in a new era of peace. To the Muslim world, we seek a new way forward based on mutual interest and mutual respect. To those leaders around the globe who seek to sow conflict or blame their society's ills on the West, know that your people will judge you on what you can build, not what you destroy. To those who cling to power through corruption and deceit and the silencing of dissent, know that you are on the wrong side of history, but that we will extend a hand if you are willing to unclench your fist. To the people of poor nations, we pledge to work alongside you to make your farms flourish and let clean waters flow, to nourish starved bodies and feed hungry minds. And to those nations like ours that enjoy relative plenty, we say we can no longer afford indifference to the suffering outside our borders, nor can we consume the world's resources without regard to effect. For the world has changed, and we must change with it. As we consider the road that unfolds before us, we remember with humble gratitude those brave Americans who, at this very hour, patrol far-off deserts and distant mountains. They have something to tell us, just as the fallen heroes who lie in Arlington whisper through the ages. We honor them not only because they are the guardians of our liberty, but because they embody the spirit of service, a willingness to find meaning in something greater than themselves. And yet, at this moment, a moment that will define a generation, it is precisely this spirit that must inhabit us all. For as much as government can do and must do, it is ultimately the faith and determination of the American people upon which this nation relies. It is the kindness to take in a stranger when the levees break, the selflessness of workers who would rather cut their hours than see a friend lose their job, which sees us through our darkest hours. It is the firefighter's courage to storm a stairway filled with smoke, but also a parent's willingness to nurture a child that finally decides our fate. Our challenges may be new. The instruments with which we meet them may be new. But those values upon which our success depends, honesty and hard work, courage and fair play, tolerance and curiosity, loyalty and patriotism, these things are old. These things are true. They have been the quiet force of progress throughout our history. What is demanded then is a return to these truths. What is required of us now is a new era of responsibility, a recognition on the part of every American that we have duties to ourselves, our nation, and the world, duties that we do not grudgingly accept, but rather seize gladly, firm in the knowledge that there is nothing so satisfying to the spirit, so defining of our character, than giving our all to a difficult task. This is the price and the promise of citizenship. This is the source of our confidence, the knowledge that God calls on us to shape an uncertain destiny. This is the meaning of our liberty and our creed, why men and women and children of every race and every faith can join in celebration across this magnificent mall, and why a man whose father less than 60 years ago might not have been served at a local restaurant can now stand before you to take a most sacred oath. So let us mark this day with remembrance of who we are and how far we have traveled. In the year of America's birth, in the coldest of months, a small band of patriots huddled by dying campfires on the shores of an icy river. The capital was abandoned. The enemy was advancing. The snow was stained with blood. At a moment when the outcome of our revolution was most in doubt, the father of our nation ordered these words be read to the people. Let it be told to the future world that in the depth of winter, when nothing but hope and virtue could survive, that the city and the country, alarmed at one common danger, came forth to meet it. America, in the face of our common dangers, in this winter of our hardship, let us remember these timeless words. With hope and virtue, let us brave once more the icy currents and endure what storms may come. Let it be said by our children's children that when we were tested, we refused to let this journey end, that we did not turn back nor did we falter. And with eyes fixed on the horizon and God's grace upon us, we carried forth that great gift of freedom and delivered it safely to future generations. Thank you. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
Of 18 minutes and 10 seconds. And with that, Barack Hussein Obama is the 44th President of the United States. What a country and what a crowd of people in Washington, D.C. We'll now hear from the poet Elizabeth Alexander, daughter of former Army Secretary, former LBJ aide Clifford Alexander, a professor at Yale University.
I have the distinct pleasure of introducing an American poet, Elizabeth Alexander.
Praise song for the day. Each day we go about our business, walking past each other, catching each other's eyes or not, about to speak or speaking. All about us is noise. All about us is noise and bramble, thorn and din, each one of our ancestors on our tongues. Someone is stitching up a hem, darning a hole in a uniform, patching a tire, repairing the things in need of repair. Someone is trying to make music somewhere with a pair of wooden spoons on an oil drum, with cello, boombox, harmonica, voice. A woman and her son wait for the bus. A farmer considers the changing sky. A teacher says, take out your pencils, begin. We encounter each other in words, words spiny or smooth, whispered or declaimed, words to consider, reconsider. We cross dirt roads and highways that mark the will of someone and then others who said, I need to see what's on the other side. I know there's something better down the road. We need to find a place where we are safe. We walk into that which we cannot yet see. Say it plain, that many have died for this day. Sing the names of the dead who brought us here, who laid the train tracks, raised the bridges, picked the cotton and the lettuce, built brick by brick the glittering edifices they would then keep clean and work inside of. Praise song for struggle. Praise song for the day. Praise song for every hand-lettered sign, the figuring it out at kitchen tables. Some live by love thy neighbor as thyself. Others by first do no harm or take no more than you need. What if the mightiest word is love? Love beyond marital, filial, national. Love that casts a widening pool of light. Love with no need to preempt grievance. In today's sharp sparkle, this winter air, anything can be made, any sentence begun. On the brink, on the brim, on the cusp. Praise song for walking forward in that light.
And now it's my privilege to introduce the Reverend Dr. Joseph E. Lowry to deliver the benediction.
God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, thou who hast brought us thus far along the way, thou who hast by thy might led us into the light, keep us forever in the path, we pray. Lest our feet stray from the places, our God, where we met thee, lest our hearts drunk with the wine of the world, we forget thee. Shadowed beneath thy hand, may we forever stand, true to thee, O God, and true to our native land. We truly give thanks for the glorious experience we've shared this day. We pray now, O Lord, for your blessing upon thy servant, Barack Obama, the 44th President of these United States, his family, and his administration. He has come to this high office at a low moment in the national and indeed the global fiscal climate. But because we know you got the whole world in your hands, we pray for not only our nation, but for the community of nations. Our faith does not shrink, though pressed by the flood of mortal ills. For we know that, Lord, you're able and you're willing to work through faithful leadership to restore stability mend our brokenness, heal our wounds, and deliver us from the exploitation of the poor, or the least of these, and from favoritism toward the rich, the elite of these. We thank you for the empowering of thy servant, our 44th president, to inspire our nation to believe that, yes, we can work together to achieve a more perfect union. And while we have sown the seeds of greed, the wind of greed and corruption, and even as we reap the whirlwind of social and economic disruption, we seek forgiveness, and we come in the spirit of unity and solidarity to commit our support to our president by our willingness to make sacrifices, to respect your creation, to turn to each other and not on each other. And now, Lord, in the complex arena of human relations, help us to make choices on the side of love, not hate, on the side of inclusion, not exclusion, tolerance, not intolerance. And as we leave this mountaintop, help us to hold on to the spirit of fellowship and the oneness of our family. Let us take that power back to our homes, our workplaces, our churches, our temples, our mosques, wherever we seek your will. Bless President Barack, First Lady Michelle. Look over our little angelic, Sasha and Malia. We go now to walk together, children, pledging that we won't get weary in the difficult days ahead. We know you will not leave us alone with your hands of power and your heart of love. Help us then now, Lord, to work for that day when nation shall not lift up sword against nation, when tanks will be beaten into tractors, when every man and every woman shall sit under his or her own vine and fig tree, and none shall be afraid, when justice will roll down like waters and righteousness as a mighty stream. Lord, in the memory of all the saints who from their labors rest, and in the joy of a new beginning, we ask you to help us work for that day when black will not be asked to get back, when brown can stick around, when yellow will be mellow, when the red man can get ahead, man, and when white will embrace what is right. Let all those who do justice and love mercy say amen. Amen. Say amen and amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the singing of our national anthem by the United States Navy Sea Chanters Chorus. Following the anthem, please remain in place while the presidential party exits the platform. Thank you very much.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there.
that, it's over. Tom Brokaw, your thoughts?
Well, I thought it was a very eloquent speech, and he did touch on the themes that we expect him to talk about, especially when he made a direct appeal for help from the American people. And he really did finesse the whole question of the role of government by saying the question we ask today is not whether our government is too big or too small, but whether it works, whether it helps families find jobs at decent wages, care they can afford, a retirement that is dignified. Where the answer is yes, we intend to move forward. Where the answer is no, programs will end. We remember that Ronald Reagan came here determined to diminish the size and the role of government. It was Gerald Ford who would always say, the government large enough to give you everything you want is large enough to take away everything you have. But the most direct challenge that he made to this country and to the outgoing administration was when he talked about foreign policy and global affairs, concluding one paragraph by saying, we are ready to lead once more, recalling that earlier generations faced down fascism and communism not just with missiles and tanks, but with sturdy alliances. So he signaled to the world that America is open to do business in a new way, Brian, and we've been anticipating that as well. I suspect that if outgoing President Bush had read this speech before they had that common drive to the Capitol, it may not have been as warm as we expected it might have been. But they had a very nice exchange at the end there, as you saw, an embrace. But this was a real signal to the world. And the first African-American president was saying, we are reaffirming equal justice under the law for all of our citizens.
Well, make no mistake, this is a huge and sweeping political change today. And Lester, then there's everything else. And
so much.
You know, the nickname No Drama Obama comes to mind. He was able to easily hold his emotions in check. How come nobody else was?
It wasn't happening in this seat, I'll tell you, Brian. You know, watching that moment, I was just reminded, it reaffirmed everything I believe about this country, that this is a place where there is opportunity. I grew up in a household where we were told from the time we were very little we were second to no one. I think Barack Obama had a similar childhood experience. He and I are, I'm sitting here thinking we're 2 years apart in age. We both came of age at the heels of the civil rights movement. So we saw an America where there was beginning to be opportunity, and it happened very rapidly, certainly in my 49 years. And then I look at Reverend Lowry we saw there, my parents, their generation, and I've heard it over and over again from older Americans. I never thought I'd see an African-American president. I did. I think obviously Barack Obama thought, or he wouldn't have started this long journey. But I'm just so touched at what this says to Americans of all shades, of all creeds, of all religions, of all colors, that it reminds us that this is what an amazing country this is, and just how much opportunity, and nothing is impossible.
Michael, I was thinking as I was looking at that platform and all of those very accomplished people about how important it has been to have Michelle Obama and her brother both go to Princeton, for Barack Obama to go to Columbia and then on to Harvard, Susan Rice, all the Ivy League, highly educated people of the children of the movement who had opportunities their parents could not have imagined, which was an important intermediate step to get to where we are today.
Yeah, and that's what the founders always hoped, was that talent would rise to the top and it wouldn't be stopped by lack of opportunity. You know, in listening to Lester, I have to say, I grew up in northern Illinois, about 30 miles outside of Chicago, and one of the biggest memories of my childhood when I was a little boy, the next town, the first African-American family was going to move in and build a house. The house was built just before they moved in. It was burnt down, and local righteous citizens formed a circle around it while it was rebuilt. They finally did move in. But what I worry about is, the underside of electing the first African-American president is that for our kids, my kids, I worry that they will lose sight of the fact of how bad it was so recently.
Well, you go back to Chicago, and the Chicago that Barack Obama arrived in, I think it was 1985. It was on the heels of Harold Washington's very bitter fight to become the first black mayor of Chicago. Racially divisive. I was living there part-time And remember, during the primary race there, the racial slurs back and forth. And then you think there were wards in parts of the northwest side of Chicago that Harold Washington got maybe 5% of the vote. And Barack Obama comes along in 1998 and wins.
Right. As they retire the colors up on stage, Andrea Mitchell remains in the VIP area just off where the swearing-in took place. Andrea? Oh, no, Andrea. As we look at John McCain.
Sorry, it was a little hard to hear up here because...
Oh, there's Andrea. Go ahead.
Sorry, up here in the crowd, a little bit difficult to hear, and surrounded by people who have heard an extraordinary speech. There's no way of describing it other than the fact that this solitary figure walked down those steps, and you're looking at a mass of humanity, and as he walked down, you realize the burden that is now placed on his shoulders. But he was trying, and I think successfully did, reach out to the world, reach out to America, to face the raging storm, face all of the troubles. And in first talking about the crises that we face, he then talked about the opportunities and said that every citizen has a responsibility to take part. And what was most affecting, any American leader, any American president could have given the speech if he had the talent to write it. What was most affecting was, of course, when he said that only 60 years ago, his father could not have been served in a restaurant in this city. And that is what made this moment so significant. That and all of the echoes in the poem, in his speech, the echoes in Reverend Lowry's benediction of what this means to have the first African-American president. So as we look at all of this, it has just been an unprecedented and extraordinary moment. Brian?
What an unbelievable scene it remains, even with people filing out and milling about. We just saw Patrick Kennedy, the son of Ted Kennedy, congressman from Rhode Island, taking a digital picture of his own Marine One, the presidential helicopter, which actually won't have the designation Marine One as it's about to carry the ex-president, has taken its place. We'll watch them load up. Rahima Ellis is standing by for us. Rahima?
Brian, it has been a tremendous morning out here on the mall with people and folks saying to me one after another, it is a new day. This family came and you've been standing out for long hours. Did you get what you came for?
I did. I told the children the morning after the election, I woke them up and I said, while you were asleep, Martin Luther King's dream came true. And I wanted them to be here to witness it. And so, despite the fact that we can't feel our feet, we are so glad we came.
Good. It's a good lesson for the children, Brian. They're living the history. This lady, she came and she'd been standing for many hours. Was it what you were anticipating?
Oh yes, definitely. More. It was more than what I found, and just I couldn't stop crying to believe this. It's a dream. It's a dream came true, and like I said, this will bring us together.
Ryan, so many people, thank you so much. So many people are saying the same thing, that this is the dream that Martin dreamed. Now they think it's a reality. Brian, back to you.
Rahima, thank you. We can't forget this is about the people gathered there. And on the other side of the Capitol, one of the great traditions is about to unfold. You saw the two presidents walk through the rotunda. Now the departure ceremony will begin for the former president, who will not be hanging around for the lunch for the new president. See members of the armed forces flanking the steps, the helicopter engines barely audible there. Just off the steps there, you have the aircraft waiting. David Gregory watched all of this from his perch near the podium. David?
Brian, I think what really struck me is the fact that Barack Obama, now President Obama, started something in the course of this campaign, and that is to tell a younger generation in this country who have not felt politically active before, who have not been politically engaged, that it's time to join something, that it's time to, as he says in his address, pick ourselves up, dust ourselves off, and get this country going again, remake this country again. And I think it's a really powerful message to people in their 20s and their 30s, even their early 40s, to say that nothing is stronger in the face of such real problems, economic and foreign, than the idea that we're not alone, that we have an opportunity to work with each other and capture a value system, and a sense of shared sacrifice that generations before us enjoyed and created. The greatest generation that Tom Brokaw writes about, a World War II generation, and generations who have been through the Great Depression and other real trials that they encountered together. And that's what I thought was so powerful. We're here at this incredible perch, and there's some very important people in this VIP seating area, but there are, as far as you can see, people gathered here and beyond Washington who now think about their world differently and about engaging in our government differently. And I think that's what Obama is tapping into, and he's got a real opportunity here.
David, thank you, and we'll witness this moment. 41st president is already on board the white-top Sikorsky helicopter, and now the 43rd president and his wife are about to board as private citizens on their way back to Texas. They have one hop over to Andrews Air Force Base by helicopter. It'll be a bit of an aerial tour of Washington one last time. There are the farewells between the outgoing vice president and his wife and the incoming vice president. Again, Dick Cheney in a wheelchair today because of a back injury he suffered yesterday.
I think Pete Williams said that the vice president will be going home in the Wyoming state airplane, which the governor flew here in, and then will go back by other means, and the vice president will have that airplane to take him back to Wyoming. He has a home in Jackson Hole, obviously, and he still has many, many friends in that state. And the question is, will he write a book about the last 8 years and his view of things? He's been giving a lot of interviews, obviously, and been unapologetic in all of them.
Both men, of course, love the outdoors. It'll be central to the next chapter in their lives. I'm also thinking of the Secret Service details that now change. They get new agents to head off into retirement. President Bush becomes the first president to only have Secret Service protection for a finite period of time, 10 years after leaving office, and he's still a young man, of course. This law, a reflection of the fact that, as a practical matter, our former presidents become well off financially and can afford their own security. And so they'll get new security details now as they get to form those new relationships. Just continues to be a stunning picture of the two couples. Michael Beschloss, what are you thinking about right about now?
Well, you know, it's really appropriate that George H.W. Bush is on that helicopter to fly away with his son, because he's the one who invented this ceremony. In 1989, when he was leaving the platform, he knew that he owed his election to the fact that Ronald Reagan was so popular. So they had really a ceremony with both the Reagans and the elder Bushes to see the Reagans off.
And one more thing, as a young Texas congressman, he had the class to go out to Andrews Air Force Base the day LBJ left Washington. He stood there on the edge of the crowd, didn't think the former president would see him. LBJ never forgot the courtesy. 43 tells this story and talks about it often. Never forgot the courtesy. Of course, George Herbert Walker Bush, renowned for acts just like that. Simple thank you notes after just a single meeting. This is the goodbye.
Brian, I'm struck that former President Bush will in many ways see and leave a Washington that he never really fully embraced.
No, that's true. This was, I was reminded 2 evenings ago when the president, Laura Bush, got in a tiny motorcade, went over to Condoleezza Rice's apartment in the Watergate. They never did enjoy a nighttime social life. They were known as early to bedders, as he would say, and never got involved in the social swirl that it's so easy to get caught up in Washington. And looking at these two couples just like that, the transfer of power and authority and responsibility from one man to another, Barack Obama on those steps now becomes Commander-in-Chief of U.S. Armed Forces, the visible representation of America in the world. Let's watch as the mighty engines come to life and the helicopter leaves the pad on the east side of the Capitol. Camera picked up the shot of the helicopter flying right over. A look at that head-on shot from the Washington Monument, crabbing into a slight headwind. They'll now take a series of turns showing the former First Family their old digs. Usually takes about 7 minutes by direct route to Andrews Air Force Base. Bill Clinton had it timed out. It could usually get in 2 hands of the card game Hearts before landing on the South Lawn after coming back from a trip. Ronald Reagan made this same helicopter departure and famously looked down on the White House on the South grounds and said to Nancy, "There's our old shack." What a sight, the crowd dispersing from the inauguration of the new 44th president, who, as Tom Brokaw pointed out, did not miss some opportunities in this speech to draw the very fine distinction, the massive political change that has happened here. Quote, "We reject as false the choice between our safety and our ideals." That's right out of a campaign speech. Quote, "We are ready to lead once more." That is unambiguous language. And Tom, while the speech will be remembered, I think, first off, the oath of office, which we'll get to, history will show the Chief Justice decided to go without notes today. And the Chief Justice got the oath wrong. And both men kind of stumbled around. It's all official. It's legal. He's the president, not to worry. But the line toward the end of the speech, President Obama talking about himself, a man whose father less than 60 years ago might not have been served at a local restaurant, can now be before you taking this sacred oath. An incredible moment as inaugural speeches go.
Well, even less time than that ago, Dr. Martin Luther King stood at the Lincoln Memorial and said, "I have a dream." And we were really just on the rising curve, the rising tide of the civil rights movement when he gave that speech. People forget that. We still had Selma to come, for example, and the great northern urban riots to come. We still had the Voting Rights Act to get accomplished. So it has been just a short time ago, and we cannot pay enough tribute to Dr. King, in my judgment, or to Thurgood Marshall, who was his partner in all that, because the rule of law served the movement so well, but the philosophy of nonviolence, the moral strength of their argument as they took it first across the South and then television, which played such a critically important role because it broadcast to the rest of the country the shameful practice that we had of segregation, apartheid, and not just in the South, but in the North as well. Barack Obama comes to Washington from Chicago, and one of the most brutal and violent demonstrations against Dr. King occurred in Cicero when he went north to try to organize there. It all happened within my adult lifetime, which I find hard to believe.
And Obama's really in many ways a product of the civil rights movement. He didn't run as a civil rights activist. The doors were open, and so many, and now he's walked through those doors into the highest office of the land.
And I have to say, Tom, Congressman John Lewis sat in the seat you're sitting in just yesterday in this studio, and he said, I wish Martin Luther King were alive. He also mentioned Lyndon Baines Johnson. I saw President Johnson's daughter Linda last night, Michael, and there was an undercurrent this week of the old man looming over Washington. Former aide to LBJ wrote a very powerful article saying he's missing from all of this.
Yeah, and I think he shouldn't be missing because LBJ was the guy who brought the Voting Rights Act in 1965, and his idea was that if you wanted an African-American president someday, that would probably only happen if you let African-Americans vote in large numbers, they got into office as senators and governors, and one became president. One did, but the irony is that if you look at the number of African-American senators these days, only one, Roland Burris of Illinois. Same thing true with governors. So part of what Johnson hoped for was achieved, but part not.
Ron Mott has been watching all of this. We checked in with him before the speech from a very special classroom in Atlanta. Ron?
Hey there, Brian. You know, one of the things I've thought about all morning long watching this ceremony is that time after time I was told as a young boy that I could be anything I wanted to be, and I believed it. I knew they were words of encouragement, but there were limits. As a young black boy, I could see them. I saw them on television. I read about them in the newspapers. And as we scan across this room of mostly young African-American faces, 7th and 8th graders, they now know that the next time someone tells them that they can be anything they want to be, there is some absolute truth to that statement because they just saw it. The 44th president, the first African-American president of our country, and one of the great stars of young middle school is this young man next to me, Trent. Trent, tell me about, Trent Francis is his name. Tell me what this means to you and people who live in your neighborhood.
Well, this means that now every time someone sees a black person on TV, they do not see him as a criminal or athlete. They can see him as a president, a lawyer, or a doctor.
And speaking of things to do when you grow up, have you thought about what you'd like to be?
Well, now I can think of myself as the next president of the United States of America.
The next president. And so, Brian, so when someone tells this young man that and he says that he wants to be the next president of the United States, he doesn't have to feel anymore that that's a dream too big for him. Let's send it back up to you.
That's all you need to know about today, Ron. And let's look at the current president of the United States. This is the document signing in the president's room at the Capitol.
Not to swipe the pen.
Two more, don't
do two more? Okay. That's true. I guess I have to have a cabinet, don't I?
You need it.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
What is this one? It's the cabinet. Very distinctive signature.
All right.
Was that where
keep my pen?
you keep your pen?
Okay.
This is more cabinet.
These first documents call for continuity of government.
Because my hands were cold on the first one. All set?
Under.
Now, I would like to point out this morning that he's left-handed.
Another lefty.
Another left-handed.
By my count, the last 4. This might be the 5th in a row. As the father of a lefty, I'm very happy to see it. The signing ceremony in the president's room, so named for just this purpose. Lyndon Johnson signed the Civil Rights Act 1964 in that room. Other presidents have used it to work through the night and sign the documents of government. Again, that first set, all part of the great euphemism, continuity of government, to make sure the machinery of government is up and running, as this new administration is. And it was just a few minutes into the ceremony, after 12 noon, about 12:03, whitehouse.gov, the website, quietly switched over from the visual display of the Bush White House, as it's been for 8 years, to the new president, the 44th president of the United States, Barack Obama. We'll take our first break here in a good long while, but there's a good long bit of coverage to come. We'll be back from Capitol Hill in Washington right after this.
NBC News coverage of the inauguration of Barack Obama continues. Here again is Brian Williams.
We are back, and if he's not careful, this is the part of the day where the new president might just relax and sit back and realize what has happened to him today before the burdens of office come crashing down. He has the parade awaiting later, and then a series of inaugural balls, 10 in all. And according to the revised schedule, he is due to arrive at their 10th and final inaugural ball tonight at 2:35 a.m. So that's more like Wednesday, well into Wednesday. This is the traditional luncheon. As our cameras pan the room, you'll see every prominent face. That sure is the New York political delegation right there. Both of New York's senators. Senator Clinton has yet to resign from the Senate, pending her new job, Secretary of State. There you see Chelsea Clinton, who we watched grow up in the White House, and of course in the background, President Clinton. As I mentioned, all three of them were at a Washington gathering last night, arriving in separate crisp motorcades. There you see Senator John and Cindy McCain at the luncheon behind Al Gore. This luncheon makes for some amazing political pairings, and you could just look at these pictures forever, which we will do as we talk to some more friends. Oh my goodness, there's Bob Byrd and Jimmy Carter, Senator Byrd of West Virginia. Kelly O'Donnell standing by in the Capitol building for us. Kelly?
Brian, it has been fascinating to see all of the activity here, and I want to draw your attention to something that happened just a short time ago when Senator Hillary Clinton entered the room and went right for her Senate colleague, John Cornyn of Texas. Senator Cornyn could be the single objector today in the Senate, which could prevent a voice vote confirmation, effectively making her Secretary of State today. Now, from across the rotunda, it certainly appeared to me there was friendly negotiation happening, and we don't know exactly what was said, but it was a lengthy conversation as all of these dignitaries have been moving through. That was certainly a notable moment, and we expect President Obama to be passing through yet again, his third time in the span of 15 minutes or so, through the rotunda to join those who are gathered for lunch. As we talked about a bit earlier, the meal will be a three-course featuring wonderful delicacies. There will be seafood, duck, lovely dessert, and they will be dining on china that is the replica of President Abraham Lincoln's china. But what was really noticeable here is, in addition to the ceremony of this day, perhaps there was some arm-twisting politics going on as well. Brian?
Kelly O'Donnell in the U.S. Capitol building, thanks. And we want to bring in several more friends of ours, beginning with Mark Whitaker, who is our NBC News Washington bureau chief, who's a lot of things, actually, former editor of Newsweek magazine. And I've been sitting here today thinking, Mark, you went to Harvard with about half of the incoming administration. I haven't spoken with you today yet, certainly since the oath of office. Lester and I were remarking that no drama, Obama kept it together. None of the rest of us did.
Right. No, it was remarkable. You know, you've been talking about the memorable lines in the speech, and I was thinking, you know, obviously
talking about the fact that his father could not be served in a local restaurant as recently as 60 years ago. But there were a couple of other lines that I thought really only Obama could have said. One of them was he talked about the cynics who are now worried about the decline of America. And he said, what the cynics fail to realize is that the ground has shifted beneath our feet. And when you think about it, his whole campaign was predicated on that notion, that there was a seismic shift that was taking place in America, an ethnic shift, a generational shift that he could tap into. And that is why he's president today. And of course, since he began that campaign, the earth has shifted yet again with the economy. And we don't know what's ahead, but you know, he is, I think, a unique figure who is obviously coming to power at a unique time, and I think that was captured in the speech.
And Doris Kearns Goodwin is here, whose place in this campaign and the life of this very young presidency is now cemented as author, among your many works, of Team of Rivals, which Senator, now President Obama, publicly identified as among his favorite books and something he used as a bit of a political model. And cast modesty aside, it's now been reported that he also approached you for guidance on this speech. And I want to hear your views of what the 18-minute address we just heard.
Well, what struck me about it was that it was almost at a more profound level than the normal speech, where it would be domestic foreign policy, you divide up which and which. It was really a return to what it was that made America special in the world. You know, we're never just a country. We always were this ideal that ordinary people could govern themselves, that you could rise to the level of your own ambitions. And he's telling the world again, we'll be a beacon of hope once more. We'll be that America that led the Allies in the World War II. We'll be the America of the Marshall Plan. And he's telling the American people once more, if we return to these values, we can do anything. You know, there's a sense in which if we're individuals scattered across the country, we can't do a lot. But FDR used to say, but if we come together, nothing can stop a democracy with the spirit that it has. And I think it reached that level to make people feel maybe we're being summoned to another time. This is our generation. Maybe not mine, I'm a little older, but maybe your generation. And that's a great feeling. Like Roosevelt said, rendezvous with destiny. This generation now has a chance to feel larger than their own lives. And that's very special when you feel it.
And speaking of very special, Doris, as we're talking, we're looking at these scenes from the luncheon. Everyone's being strongly urged to take their seats for the entrance of the new president, Charlie Rangel, a veteran congressman from Harlem. We saw the Kerrys earlier. We saw the Clintons earlier. Again, everywhere you look, there's a name brand political name. And in the moments we have here before Obama walks in, FDR had some history at this luncheon.
Well, FDR had a housekeeper who was really like a dictator, and he asked for chicken a la king to be served at his luncheon. And she decided that it wouldn't stay hot long enough, so instead she gave him chicken salad. And the joke afterwards was there was so much celery we couldn't find any chicken in the salad. She once served him 6 sweetbreads in a row, and he said, I've had 6 sweetbreads, I gotta have something other. I'm getting angry, I'm getting irritated. I bid a foreign power today. And still she kept her own dictatorial control. So I think this one's a little more organized than that, and based on Lincoln once again.
That's exactly right.
Who didn't have a huge appetite and who was rather thin and drank a lot of water. So he wasn't really a great man to eat, but he loved fish.
By the way, that was one of the lions of the House of Representatives, John Dingell of the state of Michigan. We just saw his back as he was talking to Senator Clinton, with Al Gore also in the frame. There's Craig Robinson, Michelle's brother, and would-be Treasury Secretary Geithner, not among those ready to go. No hearing yet. He had a, shall we say, a tax issue. So there's a lot of talk about what the new president badly wants to be his tenure in office. President Obama said again, as we look at Dan Inouye, President Obama said again that he wants him to serve as his team, that he can't name a better guy. Senator Kennedy just behind Senator Inouye, a Medal of Honor recipient, lost an arm in World War II on a hillside not far from where Bob Dole suffered his grievous injuries. There you see Ted Kennedy, his wife Vicki. in and out. Imagine deciding the place setting stars at an event like this.
I wouldn't want to be that person.
Danny Inouye and Bob Dole shared a ward when they came back from the war as they were being healed with Phil Hart, the late senator from Michigan.
Senator Hart.
The three of them, and then ended up in the Senate.
And Brian, one of the things I've been thinking about is at the funeral for our colleague Tim Russert this summer, which was so difficult for all of us. Luke, his son, arranged for Obama and McCain to sit together. And there were a couple of rows ahead of me, and I remember looking at them and thinking, you know, one of them is going to be president and is going to inherit all of this power, all of this ceremony, and the other is just going to go back to the Senate, and this is going to happen in a couple of months. And it's an amazing thing about our political system.
You know, there's a funny comment that Buchanan made to Lincoln when he came to see him at the White House. He said, if you are as happy entering this White House as I am in leaving it, you are a very happy man indeed. And I sometimes wonder if that's part of the way President Bush may be feeling. He's home, he'll be home.
You know, I went out to Bull Run the other day to look at the Manassas battlefield because I wanted to have the resonance of that in my mind 5 months after Lincoln takes office. And it dawned on me that when I was born in 1940, there were people alive who were witness to that carnage and that retreat and the beginning of that long time. They could have been 10 years old, in fact, and they were then 85 or 90. 2 lifetimes, and we're talking about the Civil War. So history does move more swiftly, even as it seems to move more slowly.
You wonder what the burden is and when it's going to feel in Obama's heart. I mean, Lincoln said if he'd ever known the tension he would feel from the time of his inauguration to the firing of Fort Sumter, he could not have thought he could have lived through it. And FDR said that first day, I've never been afraid of anything except fire as a paraplegic, worried that he might not be able to get out a door if a fire came. But now do I have the strength to take the country through this? It's going to dawn on him at a certain point, and maybe not at the luncheon, maybe not till he gets there tonight.
Well, have the expectations ever been higher, though, for a president? Because you think of the way the country has changed just since November in terms of the worsening economic situation, and then the expectations of various groups who think that if not now, when, in terms of political agendas.
Let's go out to correspondent John Yang, covers the White House for NBC News. Look what he's covering now at Andrews Air Force Base. John?
Brian, here it is. The president, or the former president, now private citizen George W. Bush, arriving on a Marine helicopter designated Executive One since he's no longer president. This is part of the presidential fleet flying as a guest of the current president, the new president, Barack Obama. He's here. He's going to speak to, go into a hangar here, speak to a crowd of former cabinet, former staff, say farewell. It will not be televised. It's closed to the press. The Bush people are very mindful of the long goodbye that Bill Clinton had here 8 years ago when he spoke, when it was open to the press, and when he seemed to work the crowd forever. It seemed like he was never going to leave, so they're very mindful of that. As we arrived here shortly after the inaugural ceremony finished, we saw a number of officials coming off, Bush administration officials coming off Air Force One. Joel Kaplan, the former deputy chief of staff, a number of other officials. I've been trying to find out, I've actually been sort of trading emails and texts with a number of the people. I've been trying to find out if they watched the ceremony from inside Air Force One. Of course, there are satellite televisions, satellite reception for televisions throughout the plane. If they did, that's got to be the classiest airport lounge I can think of. Brian?
Yeah, John Yang, who we should add, has flown a good number of miles on that aircraft as well, capping off a career in print journalism, having seen the light and joined NBC News after years at the Washington Post, joined NBC News to cover the White House. Though, John, it should be pointed out, as I used to travel that aircraft as well, JetBlue had live satellite television on its planes before the technology was installed on Air Force One, which always kind of got to me. But some of the more haunting images, of course, on 9/11 had to do with that. Now we see the boarding doors are down fore and aft on the helicopter. What John just reported was highly controversial. The news media pushed back to try to cover the president's remarks in the hangar. There's former President Bush. But we all remember that day, the grim weather, President Clinton's long and slow goodbye from Washington. The Mark Rich pardon scandal was crashing down throughout Washington, careening around the city. The president had not been to sleep the night before George W. Bush's inauguration. He looked drawn and exhausted, and finally was wheels up and left Washington, D.C. Mark Whitaker, everything now changes. The city is defined by so many people as really a small southern town, so quickly reflects the new administration.
No, I mean, culturally, I was actually at an event last night, a Jazz at Lincoln Center event. They all came down from New York, and it was inspired by a conversation over dinner between Wynton Marsalis, the great trumpeter, and Sandra Day O'Connor about the comparison between the Constitution and jazz, and that was sort of the theme of the evening. But I think somebody mentioned before, social life is going to come back. Obama is not a morning person. He's a night person. He's a night owl. He's going to be out there giving state dinners. But I think it's going to be bipartisan. I think that there is going to be, Katharine Graham, the publisher of the Washington Post, I used to work for, and was a great, in addition to everything else, a great businesswoman, but also somebody who brought people together in Washington. In her later years, really lamented how that had changed, and people didn't socialize, and they didn't put aside their differences after hours and socialize it again. And I think that's going to be back in Washington, and it's a healthy thing. But I think that there's also going to be a generational change, younger people, and a fresher culture here.
Now, Lester Holt is the newest empty nester at the table. My wife and I are still at it. We've got one left. And Lester, I keep hearing, and this rings so true because of the way they've raised their daughters, the Obamas want to be Friday night soccer team pizza parents. They don't necessarily want to host the big gatherings at the White House. They want to sit on the floor in the dens of friends and have a slice of pizza.
Which makes me wonder if they're not going to disappoint some in Washington who are thinking of this now kind of on-the-town hip couple. And not that they're not a hip couple, but they are family people first. And we talked earlier about, the girls will make their own beds at the White House. They will have chores, just as they had in Chicago. They by all accounts, are going to a tough school. They'll have homework. Barack Obama, as he ran for president, did not really embrace many black issues, even as African Americans slowly came to him. He didn't talk about a lot of issues. One of the things he did talk about, though, was parenting. He said we need black fathers to realize that responsibility does not end at conception. That raised a lot of eyebrows, and it puts the focus. He understands that this family is a role model for a lot of families in this country.
Well, let's speak even more candidly. There was suspicion because of his embrace by so many white Americans early on. There were all kinds of subterranean issues going on as the Obama campaign started to chug to life.
Was he black enough?
Right.
Was he black enough? I pulled up some articles a while ago. I forgot how much had been written 2 years ago on this very subject. And then later, as the Jeremiah Wright issue came about, he reminded us, hey, remember when I was, when I wasn't black enough? But that was a conversation. And you go back even a little over a year, the Congressional Black Caucus was split, between supporting him and supporting Hillary Clinton. So it was a slow turn. But what I think you'll see, and back to family, is that this is a family that understands what these daughters are going through. It's hard moving kids. I've moved kids, and as a former Air Force brat, moving in the middle of a school year is not easy. So there's a lot of family challenges that I don't think they're going to lose sight of.
And Mark, a lot of this discussion that people are going to start to get a master's degree in goes on in other places like the website, theroot.com, by Professor Gates at Harvard. A lot of discussion that Barack Obama did not have the classic American black experience, the descendant from slaves. His wife, Michelle, did. But Barack Obama, as he is wont to say, is the product of a white woman from Kansas and a black man from Kenya. A true, by definition, African American, however.
Well, in a way, I think that's what made it possible for him to believe that he could do what he's done, to become president. I think he didn't have a lot of the psychological baggage, I think, that people who come out of that heritage have. You know, he's part of, you were talking earlier about his relationship with the civil rights generation. David Remnick and others have written about the difference between the civil rights leaders, John Lewis and others, being the Moses generation, the generation that sort of got African Americans to the promised land but didn't cross over. And Obama being part of the Joshua generation, the generation that actually came to see the promised land. And, you know, we think about Dr. King, who we're also celebrating the last few days, and that almost, it seemed kind of eerily prophetic speech that he gave the night before he was assassinated in Selma. And he said, you know, in Memphis, right, in Memphis, sorry, and that I may not get there with you, but I've seen the promised land. And maybe this is what he saw, that this was going to be possible within a couple of generations.
Christine King Ferris, who's Dr. King's sister, who's 80 years old, was here today, said to me the day that after he was elected, she said, Martin said we may not get there, but Obama did get us there. And but it took him a while. They were worried as well, I think, in the movement, Mark, the older blacks, that he would run and not succeed, right, and that they couldn't afford a high-profile failure. Right. If they were going to make the run, they wanted to succeed, right, and he persuaded them that he could at some point.
There was also concern that he was so quickly embraced by white voters early on, and let's not beat around the bush. There was a lot of talk about his safety. A lot of African Americans worried about his safety.
There still is, and sadly, it will continue. Tom will suspend our conversation here as we await the entrance of the new president. Lunch has fallen silent.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, Joseph R. Biden Jr. and Dr. Biden, escorted by Senator and Mrs. Bennett.
Remember the boll weevils in the Reagan years, the Phil Grahams, the Andy Irelands, who as members of another party saw the light, hopped over. Will we see that with this new and popular president? Actually, hold your answer here while we bring in the new
and popular president.
United States, Barack H. Obama and Mrs. Obama, escorted by Senator Feinstein and Mr. Blow.
To your question, Brian, I don't think in this current crowd of Republicans on the Hill that you'll see a lot of people switching over. I do think that the Republicans have the same problem with this president that the Democrats had with Ronald Reagan, and which is how do you build a party across the country against this enormously popular figure. Now, we're at the beginning of his run, and you know, we've got very difficult circumstances ahead of us. Everyone wishes him well, including Republicans, because the whole nation is at stake. But if he makes big mistakes along the way, then Republicans will seize on that. But they've got to figure out how to reinvent their party, because that party has been shattered. You look at the number of Republican senators who are not going to run for re-election, the low popularity poll of the president, the betrayal of their principles in the last 8 years at almost every level. And they've got a Herculean job ahead of them about how you put the party back together and what does it mean? What are the core values of this new Republican Party?
And that once dying breed of the moderate Republicans may be the ones that finally begin to get power once again.
We will, the next order of business here will be the benediction. The new president joked at this year's Al Smith dinner in New York that whoever gave him his middle name of Hussein sure wasn't expecting him to be president someday. He's greeting the Chief Justice. You see Associate Justice Breyer there in the foreground. Twice today so far, he's been introduced as Barack H. Obama. There's Congressman Dingell from Michigan, Mayor Fenty, Washington, D.C. It really is a who's who politically. Orrin Hatch.
I've heard Barack's friends say how incredible it is to finally say to him, Mr. President.
Oh.
But if it's incredible to say that to him, can you imagine what it's like to him to hear it?
I'm just glad we're past having to call him President-elect.
Yeah, that was
seems
so
like that's a
annoying.
wordy
That's
way to
clunky.
refer to
That's
somebody.
clunky, yeah.
Well, there's politics going on down there as well. He gave a big embrace to Orrin Hatch, who has said that he supports Tim Geithner for Treasury Secretary. They need to hang on to Hatch. So politics.
Even in the luncheon,
Valerie
politics
Jarrett,
continues.
great friend. Great family friend who's moved here to take over urban policy as the
She's
senior
an
advisor.
extraordinary woman.
He jokes that if he can, he will try to shake every hand in the room. And of course, the sheer number will prevent that today. Special greeting for Senator Byrd.
Oh, wow.
Unofficial historian of the U.S. Senate. Senator Kennedy, his wife Vicki. At some point, he has to sit down.
Kind of hard to do when you're walking on air.
Oh, how well said.
Well said.
The tradition of holding this inaugural luncheon began in 1953, actually, when President Eisenhower, Vice President Nixon, and 50 guests dined on cream chicken, baked ham, and potato puffs. Our menu, we think, is a bit more exciting. And believe it or not, the recipe page has been the most visited part of the inaugural website. So we are very honored today to be hosted in Statuary Hall, which served as the House chamber when Abraham Lincoln was a member of Congress. As president, he participated in the public inauguration ceremonies at the Capitol, even during the darkest days of the Civil War. As we approach the bicentennial of his birth, we honor his determination that those who have sacrificed for our country shall not have died in vain, and that this nation, under God, shall have a new birth of freedom. President Lincoln is also the inspiration for the painting we have chosen today. And this is the view of Yosemite Valley, of course, which happens to be in California, by Thomas Hill, strange, a 19th century painter that I very much love. It's on loan from the New York Historical Society, so it kind of binds New York and California. As the country struggled to emerge from the turmoil of the Civil War, many Americans looked west for the dawn of a new era. In tune with his times, President Lincoln signed the Yosemite land grant in order to protect the majestic wild beauty of the area. Thomas Hill painted the grandeur and the beauty of the American West that captured America's essence, our land of opportunity, optimism, and freedom. It is now my privilege to ask Dr. Barry Black, the chaplain distinguished of the United States Senate, to deliver the invocation, after which lunch will be served. Dr. Black. Thank you.
Let us pray. Lord of all nations, whose kingdom is above all earthly kingdoms, and who judges all lesser sovereignties, look with favor upon President Barack Obama, Vice President Joseph Biden, and members of the cabinet. Empower them with the wisdom, courage, and strength needed for our times, and protect them from any moral arrogance that obstructs the making of a world of justice, peace, and righteousness. Infuse them with a passion to act in ways pleasing to you. Lord, preserve their families in health and strength by your mercy and power, and may they find your grace sufficient for every need. We ask also that you would shower your blessings upon the American people. Give us the wisdom to support our new president with our prayers, patience, and perseverance. Bless now this luncheon and the nourishment we receive from your bounty. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
We'll stay with this as long as we can. At some point, the microphones and lights are going to be shut off to let these good people dine in peace without our hearing every word. There, a kind of nighttime descends on the room as we're about to be electronically ushered out. Senator Feinstein wasn't kidding. The menu page on the briefing book is voluminous, and it is the #1 most popular thing on the inaugural website, which somehow brings me to my friend Al Roker, who has made his way from the staging area at the Pentagon, where I saw you with the pride of D.C., Dumbarton High School, earlier today, Al, to where you're going to be when this parade kicks off, across from the reviewing stand, correct?
Yeah, you know, Brian, I got to tell you, it was a very emotional trip. We were on one of the Presidential Inaugural Committee buses with the Brattleboro High School, and we were listening when President Obama took the oath of office, and a cheer went up on that bus, and there were people crying on the bus, and these are all very young people, high school students, all very moved. And as we came across the Memorial Bridge and the Washington Monument, you could see in the distance, and the Lincoln Memorial came up into the fore. And as we crossed over, we saw this sea of people. And as we continued along in between the Lincoln Memorial and the Washington Memorial, the crowd grew, and we could see everybody on the bus. A hush fell over the bus. We were in awe of the number of people that had come to hear this president, to be part of this inaugural. And I got to tell you, it really moved. I had tears in my eyes. Our producer, the band director, even the bus driver was crying. It was a moment that I think this entire country is sharing. Republican, Independent, Democrat, everybody has these hopes with this president. And I got to tell you, it was one of the most moving moments in my life. To come across that bridge with this group of kids I've never met before, but we were all together, and that's the sense you get here. We're at the parade route where the president's going to review the parade. This sense of family, of the country coming together, that's what people are looking for, I think.
Al, I'd love to tell you that I have no idea what you're talking about, that everybody here kept their emotions thoroughly in check during the ceremony, but I'd be lying to you, my friend. How much leeway do you have with your camera? Can you show us the real estate, the lay of the land, and tell us what's going to happen?
Well, basically, this is obviously Pennsylvania Avenue. Of course, it's about a 1.2-mile route where the president will leave the east entrance of the Capitol, get in his limo, drive on Pennsylvania Avenue, and at some point, probably right about here, right now we've got buses with dignitaries coming. They'll get out, he and Mrs. Obama and Vice President Biden and Mrs. Biden, and they will walk along here. And then come with me this way. Buddy, here we go. Just take a look. You'll see the inaugural route right over here. And there, of course, the reviewing stand. And the president will walk right by here. And as is tradition, Brian, as you know, he will ignore me. I will try to get a word in, and he will ignore me. And then you will make fun of me for being blown off by the 44th president of the United States.
Actually, as you know,
that's
the tradition is this. Barbara Bush kissed Willard Scott, and that's my only concern, is that he's going to try to lay one on you.
Well, I can understand that, because he is a very attractive man. And I know that, you know, he will find me attractive. But no, this is, I'm sure talking to Al Roker is the last thing on President Obama's mind. But if Mrs. Obama feels the need to come over and give me a peck on the cheek, who am I to say? you know? And I have to apologize for my voice. I'm starting to sound like Harvey Firestein, but what can I tell you?
Al, as Comedy Central's coverage of the inauguration continues, we will check back in with you. Always a pleasure. Thank you very much, my friend Al Roker, who will be plainly visible to the new first family on the parade route, especially if he takes off his hat. We're going to take a break. As Al mentioned, the parade route, the one laughing matter, of course, is security, the most heavily defended event in the history of this republic, all to make sure we have a safe and happy event for the millions of people who've come in this city today. We'll cover all of it, every inch of it, when our coverage continues from Washington right after this. We're back. Our coverage continues, and that was really the first moment, if you were watching today on NBC this morning, when Washington took full measure of what the new First Lady had chosen to wear on what is so far the most exciting day of her life. And since this requires your humble host to skate outside of his lane a bit, we have asked a much more able person to come on and talk us through this potential fashion minefield. Robin Gavon is a Pulitzer Prize winner with the Washington Post, and she's the fashion editor of the newspaper. And Robin, you are of counsel to help us out here. The designer, I understand, is Isabel Toledo, and tell us all you know about this.
Well, Isabel Toledo has actually been in business for quite a while, but she is a real entrepreneur. She's independent. She has a very small business. It's not easy to find her clothes. They're only sold in a handful of stores. And she doesn't advertise either because, that's just sort of beyond her budget. So this is someone who is really part of that rarely seen world of true independent designers on 7th Avenue.
And so much, Robin, has been said about this new First Lady, and I've read a lot of the coverage as well, how great she looks in clothing, period, how she is able to turn a J. Crew outfit, affordable to most American families, even during a recession, into something that looks more like high fashion. Just her comfort in her own being. Right. And I am assuming that her endorsement of a designer name is eventually gave up. It was just too cold to stay waiting on the lines. Some disaster stories to come out of this long wait today. We're still joined by Gary Walters, former chief usher at the White House. Gary, the minute we went into a commercial break, all the other questions started for you. Like Lester Holt wanting to know, how do they, okay, it's 2 in the morning, you're hungry. Where do you go for a snack?
Well, the president or the first lady can make a simple telephone call. The staff isn't there 24 hours a day, but there is somebody there that would make sure that that was taken care of. The family also has their favorite foods in the pantry. They'll have them in this evening when they get back from the inaugural parade. Those conversations went on before, and so their favorite foods will be present there.
Now, Barack Obama, during our last interview, he has always said that he understands the contract he's made with the American people. He has put himself out there for the highest office in the land. He regrets the loss of his privacy. He even said to me he just sometimes wants to go out and buy the kind of shave cream he wants, walking through a Walgreens or a CVS drugstore by himself the way he used to. What about personal items, personal effects, everything a first family needs, and because of the modern-day requirements of security, they can't go out and get?
Just let us know what you want, Mr. President. We'll go get it for you, and we'll see that it's there when you want it and when you need it. It's as simple as that. The responsibility of the chief usher is the privacy of the family and also to take care of those everyday needs. The president's got enough to worry about. He doesn't need to worry about his shave cream.
I've always been curious about just the privacy in general. Here you've got young daughters. If they want to go talk to their mom or have a spat with their mom or whatever, is there always someone around, or can they be just a family that could function on their own?
The Secret Service remains at the outside doors, the entrance to all the personal quarters. The residence staff is behind those doors, and they're only there when the family wants them there. So the family has privacy, and that's one of the things the chief usher has to ensure, that the staff is not present. In fact, the usher's office ends up being a bit of a doorkeeper. Even the president's staff and the first lady's staff have to get permission to go upstairs to see the president and first lady, and then they're announced.
You know, you're so right that they only need to ask, and then it comes to them. LBJ would go on a diet, and suddenly tons of cottage cheese would come in, Melba toast. Then he'd say, I'm tired of the diet. Ice cream would come in, cakes and candies. He liked a certain felt-tip pen. How do I get this? Thousands of felt-tip pens would come in.
Don't forget
notebooks
Diet
that
Shasta root beer.
Oh, yes, exactly right.
It was his huge favorite beverage. And Gary, the discretion required, you do see them at all hours. And I would imagine you can count among your close friends former presidents that you've served.
I've been very honored to serve the different presidents that I've been around and their families. And they've been very kind to me, every one of them.
Oh, that's terrific. Well, what a life, especially because it started out as a police officer guarding the residents and ended up, couldn't be more of an inside job. Gary, it's a pleasure to see you.
Thank you very much. Pleasure being here.
Years, Gary Walters, former chief usher at the White House. We've been talking, and of course, the inaugural address referenced America's place in the world. We wanted to check in on the reaction beyond the shores of this country. NBC News correspondent Donna Friesen is on Parliament Hill in London, where a familiar bell is tolling behind her. What is nighttime London time? Donna, good evening to you.
Good evening, Brian. Yes, 7 bongs on Big Ben behind me tonight. The euphoria that is being felt in America right now is spreading across the world. Perhaps not exactly the same level of excitement as there was on election night when the drama was so much, will he win or won't he? Because so much of the world, of course, was pulling for Barack Obama. Tonight we did begin to see parties around London, some private parties, some more public ones where people are cheering, ecstatic. These are expat Americans partly, but also Londoners celebrating, happy that the man who they wanted to win did finally rise to power and today become president. We heard some first congratulations coming in from various world leaders today, from Gordon Brown, Prime Minister of Britain, saying that the arrival of President Barack Obama heralds a new chapter in both American history and world history. He praised him as a man of great vision and moral purpose. And the French President, Nicolas Sarkozy, was asked by a reporter if he wanted to congratulate the new president, and he said, of course, we're anxious to see him get to work so we can change the world with him. There is enormous desire around the world for Barack Obama to succeed. There was a poll released today, a survey of people in 17 countries, and it showed that 67% believe that Barack Obama can improve America's image in the rest of the world. So a lot of hope riding on this new president. Brian?
Donna Friesen, nighttime in London, and we just missed hearing from Big Ben. So the reaction just starting to the new president of the United States. By the way, we've cleared up a mystery from this morning when Michelle Obama arrived at the White House with a box with a ribbon on it. What was the gift? It was a leather-bound journal, we are told. That it can now be told, can now be cleared up. We'll take another break. We'll continue with our coverage from Washington right after this. With the old RFK Stadium in the background, that is the U.S. Capitol. Inside, the lunch is going on for the new president. There's a huge steam vent that everyone's been warning about. Looks like smoke over the Capitol. There's a picture to melt the hearts of all dads. Nothing like a thumbs up from cute as a bug Sasha to look at her dad, the new president, and say, well done, and her orange mittened little thumb. The great still photo to emerge from the swearing in so far today. There are others, and as they come to us, we'll pass them along to you. We're going to go to Ann Curry, who's been out and about with all the folks who've come into town to watch this today. She's at the Navy Memorial. Ann?
That's right, Brian. I'm actually right alongside Pennsylvania Avenue. As you can see, we're going to be seeing the parade come down of the president, basically showing, greeting the people all around who've gathered. They've been very happy. It's been pretty much a party atmosphere all afternoon here. I want to introduce you to this woman. She's from Connecticut, and she served in Iraq. And I was asking you your reaction to Barack Obama becoming president. What's your reaction?
I think it's very freeing, just a sense of accomplishment that I was able to be a part of history today. It's amazing.
When you say freeing, that's interesting coming from an Iraq war veteran.
As a beacon of hope I think it's now the choices that I can make.
Uh-huh. So are you thinking that the war will end soon? Is that what you're saying?
Hopefully.
I see.
Hopefully.
I see. She's still in the Army, so maybe that's all you want to say, but thank you so much for joining us. And I've also got a woman from Memphis, Tennessee, Brian, and I'd asked her, being from Memphis, Tennessee, what this day means to you. It is not President-elect Barack Obama, it is President Barack Obama.
And it means a lot to me because of Dr. Martin Luther King's dream, and I'm from Memphis, and it's especially exciting for me because when he was elected president, we just sit around TV and just cry because we was up all night long, my whole family. So,
thanks for talking to us, dear. And we also have, Brian, one gentleman over here, you were talking earlier about the problem of the cell phones really taxing the system. Well, this gentleman contributed to that. He's from, I think you're from Baltimore, New Jersey, that's right. And you were actually one of the people who, for so many people, stuck in those lines. And you just got here actually after the inauguration, right? So how did you hear the inauguration speech?
Actually, I wouldn't have missed it for the world. So what I did, I called a friend of mine who lives in my town, and I told him, I'm not going to miss this. So what you're going to do for me is call me when he's ready to take the oath and give the speech. And he put his phone by his TV, and I put my phone on speaker, and everybody around me heard the speech and the oath taking. So that was a great moment right there.
So there you go. That's how some people actually heard the inauguration speech. And one more thing, Brian, I want to let you know, there's been a lot of music being played back here, and all back in this area, we've been watching people dancing the electric slide, if you can believe it, in celebration of this day.
Excellent. And Ann, when are you going to learn people from Jersey are the smartest, most resourceful Americans? Another lesson right before us today. Ann Curry with the people who came out today to make this event what it is. And while we've been talking and covering what we're covering, the business of the markets continues. The Dow is actually down. We want to check in with Melissa Francis at CNBC. There it is, 199, just about 200. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down. And Melissa, with this volatile a market, can we say, and who can say, how much of this is in reaction to today's political news?
Well, it is in part in reaction because while we're seeing a mood of real celebration in Washington, that is not what it feels like down on the floor, trading floors on Wall Street. There's a real mood of uncertainty. And as you mentioned, we're watching markets that are down triple digits, financials leading the way, really looking for a lot of answers. I mean, it's one thing to hope and to hear words of inspiration. The market is really looking for tangible answers. They have a lot of questions about Timothy Geithner. This is the nominee for Treasury Secretary who's now being asked a lot of questions about his past tax returns. They want to know how the new government is going to resolve the banking crisis. They want to know when the next stimulus package is going to get underway and what it's going to look like. So for the markets, while today is a lot about celebration, tomorrow is really day one for this administration, and they want to hear some answers, Brian.
All right, Melissa Francis at CNBC Global Headquarters for us today. Melissa, thanks. And Tom Brokaw, it begs the question. We've almost run out of ways on our broadcast of reminding people how serious, how looming this financial crisis is.
Well, the market today is an indicator of, and it's a reality check, that we can have all the celebration and joy on the mall here. We can be inspired by his words. He sent out a call for the return of responsibility and the price and promise of citizenship. But at the same time, there are objective realities out there. And a number of people who came here for this inauguration filled with hope also would say to me quietly, look, it's going to be a brutal, brutal year, and we hope it's only a year. It could go longer than that. You saw the interview I did with Warren Buffett last week.
Right.
Lester Crown, the very prominent businessman in Chicago, has vast holdings in this country, highly regarded as a prudent businessman, said, I hope we can get out of it in 2 years. And the Tim Geithner business obviously is disquieting to a lot of people. Who is going to be the Treasury Secretary? That's not been resolved yet. So the folks who have to make those decisions in the financial institutions are saying, hold on until we get that worked out. And every bank of major proportions is asking for some help. And the liquidity crisis goes on. People can't make loans. We are dealing with something that we haven't dealt with for a long, long time. And no one knows that better than Barack Obama. And he goes into the White House tomorrow morning to try to do something about it.
And Lester, a rare slip-up. This was the gang that almost couldn't get anything wrong. They come steaming into Washington. Suddenly, while there are said to be good excuses for all of it, the guy once in charge of taxes, it gets nicked for not paying taxes.
Oh, yeah, there's that.
Yeah.
Well, interesting thing, and I talked to Chuck Todd about it here on this very set the other day, is that Republicans have not gone after that. That is a reminder of everybody knows which way winds are blowing, not only in this city, around the country. Right now, the country is embracing Barack Obama in a huge way. It's going to make our jobs tough as we start go forward to report in this administration and its missteps, and it will come down to earth at some point. Because right now, there's such a sense of hope, and as you're describing the depths of this economic crisis, I'm sitting here in my mind trying to think, we all know there's a honeymoon, but what's the limit of patience? At what point does it become Barack Obama's economy and not George Bush's? I mean, I don't think anybody can define that, but that day will happen.
I think it'll probably happen about 6 months out from the stimulus program. If it doesn't begin to show some signs of bottoming out, not recovering, but say the late summer, early fall, if we're at 11% unemployment at that time, then the guns turn on Barack Obama and his economic team. And no one knows that better than they do. I mean, what they're doing is that they're lighting up an enormous explosion here of currency that they're going to flood the country with, and they don't have any assurances that it is going to work. By the way, the Obama people do believe that Geithner will get confirmed. They think they've got enough Republicans on his side, but the Republicans are going to make him pay a little price for a while.
And that's essential that he get confirmed. If we ever went through what happened with John Tower, with Bush Sr., it took 2 months before he was rejected by the Senate, and all that energy of the administration is going in the wrong direction.
Right. Exactly.
But I think in a certain way the challenge for the Obama administration right now is the perception of progress is as important as the progress. So that if they can figure out ways, if they start building bridges and schools, get him out there inspecting the buildings going up. So people see, maybe I don't have a job yet, but look, it's happening here. That's what FDR did during the wartime. He would go to every factory to let everybody see, yes, the ships are coming, the tanks are coming. We still may be behind, but it's happening. It bolsters the morale of the workers, but it bolsters the rest of the people. So if he can roll it out a little bit at a time, and he shows people that it is happening, even though it hasn't gotten to you, maybe that'll make them feel part of this collective whole.
What is our sacrifice? So we heard in the inauguration speech, and certainly in a lot of the speeches since, this sense of Americans having to come forward and sacrifice. Do we really know what that sacrifice
Well, he said yesterday while he was painting a wall at a teenage shelter that he needs everybody to pitch in, and something tells me beyond the inaugural address, we'll start hearing very soon what that contribution must be. We're going to take another break in our coverage. Again, this is lunchtime on Capitol Hill, a parade so long it has already started, even though the man designed to be at the head of it with his family in the reviewing stand has yet to leave the building behind us. We'll have all of it for you. We won't miss a picture when we come back.
Today, I say to you that the challenges we face are real. They are serious and they are many. They will not be met easily or in a short span of time. But know this, America, they will be met.
It ran 18 minutes, the inaugural address of the 44th President of the United States. It will be much picked apart and replayed many, many times for what it said and what it did not say. It started with an almost humorous back and forth between the Chief Justice and the new president over the oath of office, which we were quick to note. The internet was quick to hop on, but that is already old news as the new presidency is upon us. Right now inside the Capitol building, in the city, by the way, where the temperature has soared to 30 degrees, still below freezing, and a little too late for all those folks who were out in the really, really cold part of the morning. But we're up to 30, a wind chill of 19, lunch going on inside the Capitol. Then the parade really gets started in earnest. Again, that little slight haze at the top of the Capitol dome, a steam tower adjacent to the Capitol. We've been warning folks looking at that picture. It looks for all the world like smoke rising. It is not. The early part, the leading edge of the parade, already reaching its way up toward the White House. But then, of course, the president-elect will lead the heart of the parade down in his limousine as we go down Pennsylvania Avenue. We're going to bring in another friend, Pedro Sevcek, who does what we do at Telemundo, has been reporting on all of this. Good to see you again, my friend.
You do it better.
Oh, no. I'll give you a fight on that one. Tell us about your coverage today, and since it's the first time we've had a chance to talk about it, what you said on the air about what we've seen unfold.
The generosity of the message, the spectrum in terms of trying to bring everybody together, and a couple of words reminding people that childish behavior are not appropriate at these times of crisis, putting in perspective the ghosts of the people that shed their blood defending this country and are doing that at this point in different theaters of operations all around the world. And a couple of things that are very interesting in terms of marking some clear differences with the prior administration, and at the same time sending a message, for example, to terrorists in terms of don't get confused. You're going to be hunted. We're going to be ready for you. And also saying something very interesting in terms of, yes, we are a capitalistic society. Not with those words, but the market, it's king, but we have to be careful watching what the king does in terms of just not do whatever you want because you have every power that you can imagine. Because we weren't watching for a while and we're in big trouble because of that.
What do you think today says about the United States?
One of our reporters was a beautiful 7-year-old kid in Miami Beach, and she asked her mom at that moment, why can't we go to that beautiful part of the beach? And mom told her, because we're black. What today says is we're a different country with a big message, with the most powerful message. This is not just something to roll the tongue. This is reality. What a lot of people dreamed for decades, for centuries, have today become a reality. That White House where Mr. Obama is going to sleep today was built by slaves. Part of the people that were working, building those walls, were slaves. What today says is goodbye to a lot of things that cause a lot of pain in this country. Welcome to a new era of challenges, of more opportunities, and hopefully, once and for all, where people will look in terms of good and bad, and not in terms of color or national or ethnic origin.
See, now, who's better than you are, Pedro? This is why we asked you to come by, and it's always a pleasure. Thank you for spending some time with us. Pedro Sevcek from Telemundo, who's been reporting for the first part of the day and will again. And let's be honest here, all those joining us, we consider members of our family, all those of us here, the extended family of NBC, a huge presence missing today. Looming over all of this is that of Tim Russert. We're fortunate to have his son, Luke, who's down on the mall. And Luke, I got a question I got to ask you on live TV. Did you talk to your grandfather today?
I haven't. I'm going to speak to him tonight, hopefully, if he's still awake. I'm sure he watched the festivities, and I'm sure he definitely knows the historical impact of what happened today. I look forward to what he has to say. It'll probably be short and sweet, but it'll tell us so much.
And tell us what you're encountering among all the people who came into this city today.
This is amazing. This is amazing, Brian. Down here, I was out getting some voiceovers for a piece about what the speech was like for many people. And I ran into Kevin here from Norwalk, Connecticut. Kevin, how you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Tell me about this sign you made over here to the left.
Obviously inspired by your dad and the words that he used to speak so often. Just sum up the country as it is. And as you can see, we've been asking people to sign their name and where they're from. There's a lot of love out there for your dad. And everybody, to a person, misses him out here today.
Well, thank you very much. I personally really appreciate that. And Brian, it was really a special thing for me to be out here to see this sign signed by hundreds and hundreds of people, and everyone's been so very kind. So his presence is here, and it's here in a big way.
Special for us to have you as part of the family, Luke. Thank you, and thank our friend from Norwalk, Connecticut. We uttered those very same words right after the swearing in. What a country indeed. Our friend Kelly O'Donnell is standing by on Capitol Hill with Lindsey Graham, the man who watchers of the McCain campaign saw by the senator's side every step of the way. Kelly?
Well, exactly. Senator Lindsey Graham, Republican of South Carolina, went every mile with John McCain. And since that was my assignment, I went many of those miles with you. But today is a new day. And I want to ask you a couple of things, a little bit about the mood and a little bit about the politics to come. As you heard this speech from the new president, was there anything that really spoke to you as a Republican going forward?
Well, you know, the history spoke for itself. It was a historical moment. It's kind of a sign of where we've come as a country. But the speech was a reality-based speech. We've got a long ways to go. This is how we'll get there, being true Americans. And as to setting aside childish politics, count me in. He's going to need a partner to reform Social Security and deal with immigration. Well, I stand ready. I know John McCain does. There are plenty of Republicans that I think will meet this guy in the middle. The question is, what will the Congress do with the stimulus package? I don't mind spending money to create jobs if you allow me to cut taxes. I do believe in trade-offs. I think tax cuts will stimulate the economy. Other people have spending programs they think will stimulate the economy. Let's do both, but let's make sure that whatever we do, it stimulates the economy now, not 3 years from now.
And that stimulus package that is intended to try to jolt the economy, create jobs, the price tag's been going up and up and up.
Yes.
Is there a sense among Republicans that this president, brand new president, needs some time to try to get that through? Or do you feel that there's really a role to try to rein things in? What's the political mood?
Well, I think the House version is not a good way to approach this. $19 billion of the $825 billion is spent in the first year. We're talking about stimulating the economy now. The tax cuts are very small compared to what the president said he would want to do on tax cuts coming out of the House. So the version in the House needs to change. And it's going to be a big number. But the people paying for this won't be you or I. It's going to be the next generation and the ones to follow. So let's stimulate the economy now so we can collect revenues in a way to get $1 trillion deficit off the books. If we miss this opportunity to jumpstart the economy and start collecting more revenue in Washington to reduce the budget deficit, we made a huge mistake. I don't want to stimulate people's reelection. I want to stimulate the economy.
And did you get a sense that today, turning the page for many Americans, that also for Republicans who have at times had problems with President Bush, now also have an opportunity to interact in a different way? Do you sense that this president will have maybe more time, a longer honeymoon than others in the past?
I think the Republican Party needs to reach out in a serious way to our Democratic colleagues. We will gain nothing by saying no just blindly. Our party took a beating. And people are right of center ideologically. They're closer to us than the President Obama, but they saw in him something they did not see in us. So when people look at Lindsey Graham and other Republicans, hope they will see a partner, finding common ground on the big ticket items like Social Security, immigration reform, budget reform, where no one party can do this by themselves. If the Republican Party would genuinely reach across the aisle to find common ground on the big issues that face our nation, all boats rise. If we just blindly say no, and you know, Senator Clinton, I respect Senator Cornyn, but I'm ready to vote on her. Let's get on with it.
To get her through as the next Secretary of State. Were you moved today?
Yeah, how could you not be? I was moved by 2 million people who were happy as a clam. I walked from my house to the Capitol, and people came up to me. I know none of them are were Republicans, but just saying things. The mood out there, you couldn't feel it through your TV screen, but it was real. So yes, I mean, look how far our country has come in the last 30, 40 years, but look how far we have to go. That's why I like the speech. It was a sobering speech, and that's what we need.
Well, thank you for sharing your really up-close perceptions, not only of experiencing this day, but looking forward. Senator Lindsey Graham, thank you so much.
Thank you,
Brian?
And Kelly, our thanks to you as well. Kelly O'Donnell with the senator on Capitol Hill. 2 notes there. Note the message from Graham through the Republican Party to Democrats and the American people. Let's be friends. And second, this crowd estimate we keep hearing of 2 million. You may fairly ask, how do they get to that number? Traditionally, the Park Service has placed an invisible grid over an aerial photo of Washington, D.C., and they do the very rough math. That grid was more or less done away with after the Million Man March, and crowd estimates that came in below what organizers thought they were, but they are applying it loosely again today. My guess is the crowd count starts at 2 million when all is said and done. Another break here in Washington. We're waiting for the luncheon to break up about 9 or 10 minutes from now if they remain close to schedule. Then the inaugural parade gets underway. Then the true pressure is on Al Roker. We'll be back from Washington right after this. We are back, and the first still photos again are starting to trickle out on the wire services of the Obama family. No fair. Sasha looks much taller than she is in real life by standing on that platform, but some terrific stills of the scene we watched, all of us watched unfold outside on the west front of the Capitol. So many people have been pouring into the capital city to say they were here, as many put it, to bear witness to this event. Our own Natalie Morales is out on Freedom Plaza with one such family. Natalie?
Hey, Brian, I got to say, record crowds as they anticipated, anywhere from 1.5 to 3 million people. We certainly have seen a huge turnout just in our location here along Freedom Plaza, where the parade will actually wrap up down toward the end, and President Obama is expected to walk the last 2 blocks to the White House. But I have an incredible family here, came from Montclair, New Jersey, and actually they have a lot of history with this president already. They feel they have something in common and share a bond with them as well, right? Absolutely. This is Kimberly Cummins, and your family actually marched with Dr. Martin Luther King in Alabama in the 60s. So being here today with your own family, in a lot of ways, you draw those parallels as well, right?
It's incredible. This is such an exciting time. It's fascinating, and we are going to work together and make it happen. Just like President Barack said, Obama, we are going to make this work to happen.
Hearing him speak his speech, how moved were you? And to bring your children all this way, they've been standing here patiently since 6:45 this morning.
Well, they are a little cold, but we do have the warmers. But, I mean, the speech is so inspiring, you know, and we want to bring them, my husband and I. This is history, and we had to bring our children.
In fact, you booked your hotel rooms, you said, the day he was elected.
Absolutely. The night.
The night he was elected.
Right. As soon as you won Ohio, it's a wrap. David, get on the phone. Let's make those reservations.
Smart thinking. You probably got a better rate than most people here. But great talking with you. Enjoy the parade. I know that this is a teachable moment. Brian, a lot of families taking that opportunity to bring their children here to make sure that they witness history and experience so much of what this country is talking about change and the future and hope for these generations of kids. And these girls, by the way, I was telling them, they look a little bit like Sasha and Malia and very similar in ages, and they got a real kick out of that, right? You having fun?
Yes. Yes.
Good. Brian?
Everybody's cold, but that story repeated thousands and thousands of times throughout Washington. So many families here, as you said, to witness this. Natalie Morales down at Freedom Plaza. As you watch today's parade, look at how beautiful the modern Pennsylvania Avenue is. That's because during his inaugural parade, President John F. Kennedy turned to a young aide from New York named Daniel Patrick Moynihan and said, "Remind me to make this a priority." It was a strip of pawn shops and liquor stores, and the modern Pennsylvania Avenue is a thing of beauty. Please note the lack of something in the center of the picture. Street lights. There were crews out all night taking them out, really visually, to make it a much more pleasing sight. They're built that way, and they come right out of the ground every couple of years. Our own Tamron Hall is in front of the beautiful and gleaming Canadian Embassy, where there's a lot of viewing parties going on along the route. Tamron?
You know, Brian, it's kind of like a family reunion with family you never knew you had. I've met so many people, and they're all huddled in here because it is so cold, and we've learned such great stories, including this young lady here. She's from New Orleans and was lost their home because of Hurricane Katrina, relocated to Georgia. Today, she took a flight in to see the inauguration, missed it because of the flight, and finally just got here to the parade, and you have a great seat. How do you feel?
I feel great. Me and my sister, we're really excited. We got to miss school, so to see the new president, and that's very exciting to us.
Well, you've got a great seat here at the parade, so you'll be A-okay. And we've got a Canadian here as well here. And how do you feel today? How inspired are you?
I'm so inspired. I think that even though I live in Canada, it's just so great to see the representation of the youth and a first African-American president. I think it's the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And there's a crowd, and it extends all along here. It is a beautiful sight. This is where many of these people will see the president for the very first time. So it's a lot of excitement, Brian, and we'll keep you up to date on what's going on here. It's a nice one.
All right, Tamron, and we'll give you updates as to where the new president is along the way. And speaking of the parade route, earlier we said this was the most heavily defended event in American history. That's without overstatement. Our justice correspondent, Pete Williams, covers security issues for us, including this story over the past several days and weeks. And Pete, so far so good.
I think that's right. There have been some sticky points along the way. Some of the people who had tickets to get to the reserved seats in the Capitol area never made it through. They had these color-coded sections, and the ticket holders in the yellow and purple sections especially reported a lot of frustration, the line simply moving very slowly. But it's just the sheer numbers here. There's no official estimate. The Park Service got out of the business of official crowd estimates several decades ago, and they're not changing it this year. But one security official says it was probably close to 1.8 million people who were either on the mall or at the Capitol or along the parade route. Many of them came early, Brian. They were outside the subway stations before they even opened this morning at 4 a.m. By 7:30, our Washington, D.C. subway system, which is called the Metro, had carried 250,000 people. That number reached 500,000 by noon, and the mall was half full by roughly 8 o'clock, and they started directing people to the other part of it. All of this unfolded while in the background, Brian, security officials were still running down leads, including one that had really bothered them in the last 24 hours or so, a sort of vague threat from a Somali-based terror group. The FBI had run down leads on this, even sent agents to try to find out if any of these people had traveled here. But within the last couple of hours, the concern over that has dissipated. But you saw those pictures on the parade route with police. The Washington, D.C. police force is double its normal size. It's usually 4,000 badges. It's 8,000 now. And you see those policemen on the street. They're practically shoulder to shoulder, too deep. So it's still very extensive security, something like probably 25,000 total security when you add in the police and the federal agents and the National Guard people who are here to maintain safety. But so far, the people I've talked to are relatively satisfied.
Well, it's always said by airline pilots, when you land, the safest part of your day is now over as you go to your car. I think the safest place to be, I still think, safest place to be anywhere in the country today, Pete, is Washington, D.C. for all those reasons. All the rooftops are covered. There's all kinds of means we can't see. Doris Kearns-Goodwin brings us to you. What a difference a couple of decades make. Think about the presidents who have walked, who had relatively little Secret Service protection, really just followed them along the route wherever they were and wasn't out in advance or behind them the extent to which it is now.
Yeah, I mean, the first bulletproof car was for LBJ, of course, after the JFK experience. But I was thinking also, in the old days, they didn't even have an amplifier for the inaugural speech. So when Lincoln spoke, only if you could hear him, however far back, but he had a high thin voice, which carried in a crowd, which made it much better. We didn't even get the first amplifier, I think, until Harding, and then later you get radio, later you get television. In Lincoln's day, you needed a telegraph for people on the West Coast to even know what the inaugural parade was. So the instantaneous emotion that we experience with this right now is so different technology from what it was before.
You know who has a voice that carries beautifully is our own David Gregory. He has just returned. As we established on the air, David, you were, we think, about 150 yards from where the swearing-in was. And you're kind of one of the first representatives from that scene to join us in here. We're behind double-pane glass. You said the audio of the crowd was really striking.
It was amazing. I don't know if it really came through on television. The cheering, the chanting for Obama. I can't recall that. And it wasn't just in the closest ring to his swearing in, but well beyond that, the chants, Obama, Obama. And that carried through the air. The cheering whereas he was standing there giving that address and he looks out at this crowd, there wasn't a patch of green anywhere in sight. The entire mall, all of the adjacent areas crowded with people who were, I think, as Lindsey Graham said, Senator Graham, just totally happy to be there. It was very cold, very blustery, but I think the emotion that was immediately around him was not even something that can be filtered through a television. It was pretty amazing to be there.
Any dispute that we're going to call this the largest public event in the history of Washington, D.C.?
I can't imagine that there will be a dispute. And there's something else too. There was a scene up there with all high-profile people in government, high-profile people in our national life, who I think felt that this was just a really special day. And we're taking pictures and we're taking videos. Former candidates for the presidency, like John Kerry and Al Gore, Nita Lowey, the congresswoman from New York, had that great position, right, as everybody was coming in to give her best wishes. So I think it was shared throughout all parts of this celebration.
Tom, when you do enough tours of this small town, you do get to see these lawmakers and lofty national officials as a collection of families.
You do. I mean, I think for the last 8 years, especially in the second year of the Clinton administration, we lost that quality. I mean, it really did become polarized. People, retreated to the far corners of the room, left or right. One of the most poignant conversations I had was about 2 years ago. I was on the Hill in one of the caucus rooms for another event, and two bright young men came up to me. And they said, we want to talk to you about what it was like in the old days. I think they meant 1996. And I said, well, what do you mean? And they said, well, I'm a Republican. He's a Democrat. He's my best friend. We go to Georgetown, drink beer every night, talk, argue politics. And my boss won't talk to his boss. They won't have anything to do with each other. They won't even share ideas of any kind. And I brought over Winston Lord, who once worked for Henry Kissinger when I was in Washington as the White House correspondent back in the days of Watergate and Gerald Ford. And Win and I sat there and talked to him about how, we'd be adversaries by day, but he would share things with me on not just a confidential basis, but on need to know. And at night, we'd often have dinner, and at dinner would be an assortment of people and interests that they represented. But we were all thrilled to be here because we thought we were doing important things journalistically or in terms of public service or foreign policy. And that got lost. And it got lost not just in the last 8 years, but it got lost really in the last 12 years, I think. And if you poke at the Republicans about it, they'll say, hey, you didn't say that to the Democrats when they were in charge and they were making it so hard for us. And there's a truth to that. So what I think Obama won on is that he said, we got to put that behind us. He ran on the idea that that's got to be behind us. Our future now is that we're a United States of America, not red state, not blue state, but we're together. And when you listen to Lindsey Graham and talk to other Republicans, politicians are survivors. They don't want to be driven out of business.
I think that's why some of the attacks on Obama failed during the primaries and the general election, because he had set this tone of people don't want this anymore, and the American public was kind of saying, you're right, we don't want this anymore, and it made it difficult to have a traditional political campaign as we've come to know them.
And people go into politics wanting to do something. Originally, public servants have big ideals, and those were undone by the paralysis of the government in these last years. So it wasn't much fun to be a politician. I think the hope is that even Republicans can feel with the Democrats, if they're partners, as Lindsey Graham said, and they get big things done, Social Security, immigration, that's something they can tell their children. We were there when that happened, instead of we we were there when nothing happened.
Let me interrupt here just for a second. Tell our control room. I think I'm looking at pictures of the luncheon. I think the video feed has come back up. The Speaker of the House is speaking, and I think this is the formal presentation of gifts. Let's listen in.
With malice toward none, with charity for all, as our pledge to the flag insists, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
And now, if I may, I'd like to ask my distinguished ranking member, Senator Bennett, if he would come to the stand to present the inaugural photographs.
This is a memorable occasion for everyone involved. As the father of 6, 4 of whom are girls, I have learned that the most memorable occasion, the wedding, is never solidified until the photographs have been taken. And so it is my great honor to present to the President and the Vice President the official photograph that proves that it really happened. Thank you.
It is now the time to present to the President, Mrs. Obama, the Vice President, and Dr. Biden, the beautiful crystal bowls that are over on my left. Now, Lenox China is a great American china factory, china and crystal, and they have made these one-off bowls. And if you have a chance to look at them, they're really quite beautiful. They are in lead crystal. The bases are pure crystal and very, very heavy. And one is the White House and one is the Capitol, and they are both surrounded by plum blossoms in their bloom and, of course, inscribed to both the President and Vice President. They were specially designed by Timothy Carter and hand-cut by a master glass cutter, Peter O'Rourke. They are one of a kind, and I'd ask my husband and Mrs. Obama and Vice President and Dr. Biden to join us over here along with Speaker Pelosi and the Majority Leader, Harry Reid.
Am I supposed to go over? Stand by, Brian.
Again, this all part of the formality of the Senate lunch, while thousands of people are along that parade route outdoors, as we saw. This is part of the business that the new president has to conduct, and Vice President. Behind, about 8 minutes.
Actually, I've got about 45.
Oh, for 45 minutes. I'm sorry. I'm looking at the wrong clock. Although, when was the last one of these that kept to the tick? It's warm inside, the food is good, and after all, you want to enjoy the day.
And now, if I may, I would like to ask my friend, the Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, to come to the podium. And would you bring your glass, please, as we offer a toast to our new president and our new vice president. Mr. Leader, if you would go ahead.
Vice President Biden, I've been asked to give a toast to you. Only one other time in history has a senator and a senator simultaneously been elected president, vice president. My predecessor, Lyndon Johnson, and John Kennedy. Barack Obama, when he served in the Senate, served on the prestigious Foreign Relations Committee. Where else would he go to find the best teammate he could find than the person that ran that committee, Joe Biden? Joe Biden has set an example for me, everyone that's ever served with him in the Senate, as a person who is a teammate, first of all.
We interrupt this reluctantly to go to Kelly O'Donnell, who is standing by in the Capitol building to report details of a medical emergency that took place during this lunch, during the portion we couldn't see. Kelly?
Well, Brian, at first we were alerted by a scream that we heard and then a rush of personnel carrying equipment into Statuary Hall where you see the luncheon going on. We are told there has been a medical emergency involving Senator Robert Byrd, Democrat of West Virginia, the longest-serving senator. We do not know the details. We can assure you that, as you can see, President Obama was not involved in this. We are working to get additional details. There's been some confusion about whether there might have been others who were suffering some sort of medical problem today. This is unfolding now, and we will be following it very closely, and as soon as we know more, we will bring it to you.
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, we're looking at the ambulance and gurney outside the building right now. President Obama greeted Senator Byrd, warmly went out of his way to go around to where Senator Byrd was seated. He's been in a wheelchair for some time, suffering from ill health for some time. You see there greeting Senator Kennedy. That's Senator Byrd seated down and to the left. I was watching Senator Byrd during the prayer before the lunch. He was in a deep, deep slouch. He's been saying to friends that it was his goal to get here today as a spectator, to make this event, this occasion. Certainly a creature of the Senate, certainly the Lion of the Senate. He's written the 2 grand volumes about Senate history. Here's the new president.
My remarks are very brief. First of all, I know that while I was out of the room, concern was expressed about Teddy. He was there when the Voting Rights Act passed. Along with John Lewis, was a warrior for justice. And so I would be lying to you if I did not say that right now a part of me is with him. And I think that's true for all of us. This is a joyous time, but it's also a sobering time. And my prayers are with him and his family and Vicky. I want to thank Diane, Bob, and the entire committee for hosting just an extraordinary inauguration. When you think about the complexities of putting together an event of this size and this scope, you have to marvel at the leadership and the teamwork and the good spirits that went into it. And I want to thank our military and our law enforcement officers, the City of Washington and Mayor Fenty, the devoted staff and volunteers, including our wait staff here today who were putting up with me wandering through the tables. It's always hazardous duty serving in a room full of politicians. But I thank all of you for just an incredible event. This has been a historic inauguration that's been noted before. You see it not so much in this room, although this is a gathering of some of my best friends and my family and people with extraordinary records of leadership in this country, including our past presidents, President Carter and Clinton, as well as Vice President Quayle. Did I miss anybody? And Vice President Gore, right in front of me. and Vice President Mondale. See, this is what happens when you start. But I think the depth of the moment is expressed by the people beyond these halls. Millions of people who over the last 3-4 days and tens of millions more over the last 2 years have participated in the very essence of our democracy. It's not just their size, but it's their intensity and their engagement. What's happening today is not about me. It is about the American people. They understand that we have arrived at a moment of great challenge for our nation, a time of peril, but also extraordinary promise. And by being here today and by participating in innumerable ways across cities and small towns and suburbs all across the country, they are demonstrating their readiness to answer history's call and to step up and give back and take responsibility for serving the common purpose of remaking our nation. The American people have come together across races and regions and stations. Now we have to do the same. Now it falls to us, the people's representatives, to give our fullest measure of devotion to the cause of freedom and liberty and justice, decency, and dignity in our chambers should reflect what we know are in the hearts of the American people. And so I'd like all of us to rededicate ourselves to fulfilling the sacred charge the American people have given to us. I'd like all of us to come together with a sense of purpose and civility and urgency. It doesn't mean we're going to agree on everything, and I assure you our administration will make mistakes. But what the American people, I think, do expect from us now is a sense not of simply our trying to advance our own aims, but trying to advance theirs. And I'm confident we can do so. Thank you all for this great honor, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come.
As we all learned from the top of the president's remarks there, we were wrong. The medical emergency in the room, it turns out, was Senator Kennedy, apparently, and not Senator Byrd. Back to Kelly O'Donnell, who's standing by. Kelly?
Well, Brian, Congressman Roy Blunt was able to come out and talk to us and explain that it was Senator Kennedy and that, as he described it, obviously not able to make a medical diagnosis, but described a seizure that lasted for a period of time. We are also told that Teresa Heinz Kerry, wife of John Kerry of Massachusetts as well, tried to administer some assistance and that this went on for some period. Now, the first reports involving Senator Byrd may have been due to the fact that he apparently had left the luncheon and has not been in good health as well. Now, as you know about Senator Kennedy, he was diagnosed with brain cancer in May and had a seizure that was the triggering event for him to be consulted further and to have that diagnosis. And we saw him earlier today, and he appeared to be in good spirits and appeared okay. And I have seen him around the Capitol in recent days, and he has looked pretty good. He has not been able to attend to all of his duties and has given up some of his roles here. We don't know a lot of the details now, but just to recap for you, we heard kind of a shriek. We saw officials running towards Statuary Hall. We saw then law enforcement sort of move in, as you would expect they would, to try to keep things private. We had conflicting reports. Interestingly, the senator's son, Representative Patrick Kennedy of Rhode Island, had been out here talking to reporters perhaps 20 minutes before this event took place, so there was no indication. We saw some young girls, teenage girls, who were moved through and appeared to be emotionally upset. We don't know how all of this connects together, but again, there was no involvement of President Obama, but a very troubling and concerning, especially among his peers, senators event apparently for Senator Kennedy. And of course, we'll be trying to find out more specific medical information. And it is just a difficult thing to report on a day when, of course, Senator Kennedy was one of the most strong voices supporting Barack Obama. An important day for him, one of the lions of the Senate, a great deal of goodwill from both parties toward him and also toward his recovery, as we have seen him following procedures be applauded by colleagues here and to be someone that people have sought out and have been glad to see around the Capitol. Troubling news, an apparent medical emergency for Senator Edward Kennedy. Brian?
Okay, Kelly, while you were talking behind you, people are starting to filter out. You may be able to get some additional information from those departing, especially troubling since, as both Tom Brokaw and I reported earlier in separate conversations yesterday, Ted Kennedy Jr. was talking about just how upbeat his dad was, feeling good, very excited about today's event. We saw him there, of course, the brother of the former president. Tom, this will be something official Washington will watch very closely today.
Well, everybody's been very anxious about the state of his health, but as you know, after talking with young Ted yesterday, I've been in pretty constant contact with the family, and it was the most optimistic that he's been in some time. He said, we haven't had any regression in his condition. In fact, it's been much better. As I indicated earlier, I talked to Senator Kennedy on the phone a couple of weeks ago. He was just kind of checking in, a little political gossip, talking about the health care plan that he wanted to get out there. So this is a big blow. And we can only hope that he'll make another recovery from this, obviously. He has a very serious condition. He's been treated in Boston, and he's been on the Cape most of the summer, but he returned to Washington about, what, a month ago, Doris?
I think that's right.
I think it was about a month ago, because
as free people, to see your hand in the peaceful transfer of power and your guidance in the affairs of state. May we be attentive to your word and reach out our full potential with equal justice for all, compassion for the least, and self-discipline to achieve lofty goals. Lord God, be with us into the future. Bless us by shaping a changing world into a more stable one, where all peoples and all nations will live in peace. Protect and guide with creative touch President Obama and Vice President Biden, their families, and all in public service. May each day be filled with peace and satisfaction, because they are about building your reign here on earth. This we pray today, tomorrow, and forever. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated as President Obama and Vice President Biden exit National Statuary Hall.
There was apparently a separate moment of silence for Senator Kennedy there before the prayer for the group. Tom, we were talking about the senator. He's been all about tackling health care in this new administration. That's what has kept him going. It's what has propelled him back to the Senate chamber. It's what he's been talking about, and of course, also his life's work in the Senate.
You know, there was a story that Hillary Clinton, when she lost the nomination, if she were going to go back in the Senate, she really wanted to take health care on as her charge. Senator Kennedy made it pretty clear that he owns health care. Thank you very much, but I'll continue with that.
As the old phrase goes, after me, you're first.
Right, right. They do want to get something done with health care, and the senator wanted to push that very hard. He has moved his offices very much closer to the Senate chamber. He'd been in the same offices forever, which was like a small museum of Kennedy family history. And then they found another facility for him, and he said, if I'd known that this one existed, I'd been there a long time ago. It was much grander, much larger, apparently, and it was easier for him to get down to the floor if he needed to.
I talked to him not too long ago, and he said if the mind could control the body, he was determined to stay well enough to be part of this health care reform. It's been 4 decades in the making for him. It's his monument. People talked about Clinton's health plan, but this was his prior to that. This was his baby. And sometimes you do believe that somehow when you're pressing for something, you can make it happen. So let us hope that that will be yet another charge after coming through this if he can.
You remember in Denver in his speech, he said that he would be there on January 20th when the new president was sworn in.
Wow.
That he would be a part of it. And in fact, he made it until today.
David Gregory.
I was just going to point out that, and there he was, just 2 rows behind the new president. There today as he was being sworn in a handsome top hat, sitting next to his son, Patrick, Congressman Kennedy, who's been spending so much time with his dad since he's come back to the Senate, has dinner with him as much as he can to talk about policy. And I talked to him about the role that his father would play, but just the symbolism of the importance of Senator Kennedy's endorsement in the course of this campaign. And it was brought full circle by his proximity to the new president this morning.
There's Rahm Emanuel on the right, a former member of Congress from Chicago, former staff member in the Clinton White House, talking to former Vice President Al Gore. Rahm is now the chief of staff in the Obama White House, a phrase we're going to have to get used to using. Rahm is right now flanked by former Vice President Dan Quayle, former President Carter. There is former President Clinton. What a day to have lunch in Washington. There's the mayor of Washington on the right, Mayor Fenty, again Dan Quayle. There is Senator Clinton, Justice Breyer of the Supreme Court, another proud Bostonian. Again, the spirit of the lunch, and you can almost lip read and tell what they're talking about. The spirit of the lunch certainly dampened by this medical emergency, and that's really all we know. Apparently, a seizure was suffered by Senator Kennedy.
I was trying to remember about physicians in the Senate, and the only one that comes to mind is Coburn of Oklahoma. Bill Frist, obviously, was a very prominent medical specialist. But Senator Coburn of Oklahoma is a doctor. I don't know of any others at this point. Howard Dean might have been at the lunch, but he hasn't been doing medicine for a long time, and is what he said to me one time, "You don't want me to treat you anymore."
It's often said that General Petraeus is alive today because of the surgical skills of Senator Frist, who was the surgeon on duty the day David Petraeus suffered an accidental chest wound, gunshot, a grievous injury, proving that we all have to check our coats in the winter in Washington. There are the McCains. Here's Senator Orrin Hatch.
I used to be a medical liability defense lawyer, but I'm not a doctor. All I can say is that they've taken him to the hospital, and he looked better when they put him in the ambulance. Senator Dodd, Senator Kerry, and I were there, and it's a hard thing for those of us who've served so long with him.
You were at the ambulance, sir?
I didn't go with the ambulance, but I went to it, and we watched it. We made sure he was okay. What?
Was he speaking at all?
Yeah. Yeah, but more in pain. I don't want to characterize it more than that. It was a difficult thing, but he looked to me like he's going to be okay, and we're all praying for him.
What did President Obama say, sir?
I had to leave to go down and be with him, so I didn't hear President Obama's remarks, and he probably didn't know what had happened.
Was there an emergency for Senator Byrd as well? We're hearing...
I'd heard that too, but I didn't see that. They moved rather quickly to take care of Senator Kennedy, and I was so pleased that they did. Okay? That's about all I can say.
We know it's sensitive. Thank you.
These dual stories we're trying to report on here, and that is that we may have concurrent medical emergencies. We hear Kelly in the background there, that Senator Byrd may well have been taken from the luncheon as well, but that's one of the great cross-political party friendships in Washington. Here you have the conservative Orrin Hatch from Utah and the liberal Ted Kennedy from Massachusetts. They've been
friends and colleagues for years. You saw the evident concern and emotion from Senator Orrin Hatch.
They appear to be seated very, very close to each other.
Yeah. And there, there's the other half of the senatorial delegation from Massachusetts, John Kerry, who escorted Senator Kennedy out to the ambulance. So all of this is unfolding. Kelly O'Donnell is there. Kelly, can you hear me?
A seizure. It was upsetting to those around him. He told us that he and Senator Kerry followed Senator Kennedy as he was taken out on a stretcher. He said that he appeared to be in pain, but was not unconscious. And Senator Hatch, of course, reminded me he's not a doctor, but it was his impression that Senator Kennedy was able to communicate a bit. But he described how frightening it was to his friends. We also learned from Senator Ensign that prayers were spoken by a group of these dignitaries who were here together, and that President Obama also went over to administer to Senator Kennedy to provide some comfort, and we're still trying to get additional details. As you can imagine, every senator here is very concerned. About obviously the outcome and their relationships with him. So it has been difficult to gather information, but again, they witnessed what they described as a seizure. It was very troubling to those around them. Prayers were spoken. President Obama offered some help, and Senate colleagues took Senator Kennedy to the ambulance. Keith?
That's, we were just piggybacking on the reporting of Kelly O'Donnell, who doesn't have the ability to hear us, but that was the gist of the story as she's gathered from two senators now, Hatch and Ensign. You're looking at former Vice President Walter Mondale retrieving his coat and seeing old friends. So we wait for information. There's Joan Mondale. We wait for information on Senator Kennedy. Apparently, Teresa Heinz Kerry was among those trying to help Senator Kennedy. There's Senator Clinton. We saw Barney Frank earlier. And of course, Doris, when one is undergoing treatment for something like a brain tumor, these are just not uncommon.
Yeah, just thank goodness that the cameras weren't in that room. You know, we wouldn't have had to watch whatever that visual sadness was of his collapsing, the people being upset. That would have been stuck in our minds. And this way, hopefully, if he does get better, and this is just yet another episode, we don't have to have that emblazoned in our memory.
Fellow Bay Stater, you saw there, Barney Frank, who, of course, is at the center of the financial bailout. Kelly O'Donnell is with us once again. Kelly, let's run through what we know.
Brian, I was just able to take a moment of Congressman John Lewis's time. He was in the luncheon and can describe what he saw with Senator Kennedy. What happened, sir?
Well, Senator Kennedy was completing his lunch, and apparently there was some medical problem. And the police officers and medical personnel came in, and he was taken in a wheelchair out. And the other medical person stepped forward, and we understand he's doing much better. He's responding to the medication, and he's on his way to the hospital.
And when you say much better, what are you meaning?
Well, one of the physicians and others, 3 of his friends in the Senate went out, and they came back and reported they was doing much better. We did offer prayer, a moment of silence for him.
And what did President Obama do?
The president said that, this is a glorious and happy moment, but it is also tempered with our concern with the health and condition of Senator Kennedy, and he was very brief.
How are you doing and your colleagues doing? Because obviously Senator Kennedy is a beloved member of this body. It must have been a frightening experience.
Well, it is frightening, and anytime it is frightening. And President Obama said that one like Senator Kennedy, who contributed so much, and we all love him. He's an institution. He's a lion, and he's a very close friend of mine. I've known President Kennedy, Robert Kennedy, and he's just a wonderful man.
A day of such different emotions for you, the height of seeing Barack Obama administer the oath of office, and I imagine great concern seeing a friend of yours have this emergency.
Yeah, but he's a strong man. He's a fighter. He's a warrior. And we wish him well, and that God Almighty will take care of him and heal him.
Thank you, Congressman. I appreciate your time. Brian, we're getting these initial reports from a number of members of Congress. As you could see with Representative Lewis, this is a personal matter for them. There is some reluctance to talk about a lot of the details of what went on. There continue to be mixed reports about was there any problem with Senator Byrd. What I think is encouraging, based on what I've now heard from more than one member of Congress, is that as Senator Kennedy was taken to the ambulance, he appeared to show some improvement. What that means, we don't know, but there seem to be signs of concern that has been abated slightly in terms of the degree of severity. Obviously, limitations on that. These are just perceptions, not diagnoses, but it is certainly changing what has been an extraordinary day, and the mood here just remarkably different. And we didn't expect a breaking news event, and when one happened, we saw a quick response from the Capitol Police, and I'm being told Senator Patrick Leahy, Democrat of Vermont, is also speaking. I'm going to try and make my way over here, see if we can get some more, please.
We got something very, very quiet there. Everybody had him in his prayers, obviously.
How did President Obama react?
He went immediately over to the area where he left, and as everybody, everybody hold still. Obviously, we were wondering what's going on, except the Secret Service wasn't moving anybody else out. And he came back, and he seemed very, very concerned, and spoke to a couple others, and they asked for a moment of silence and a prayer.
And Senator Byrd was taken out.
A lot of us were making the sign of the cross in there.
Yeah.
You could tell the Irish in the group.
Senator Byrd was taken out too, right?
We found that out afterward, and I'm trying to find out what's happening to either one of them. Nobody knows.
Senator Leahy, can I take just a moment of your time for NBC? Describe for us what you have been through in the last several minutes and what you know about Senator Kennedy's condition right now.
I was telling my wife earlier, I haven't been this excited at an inauguration since John Kennedy's inauguration. I wasn't old enough to vote then. And we're all sitting just enjoying this great feeling. And then all of a sudden we hear John Kennedy's brother has gone out. It's very concerned. I've served with him for 34 years.
How quickly did you realize there was a crisis going on?
Well, all of a sudden everybody started moving very quickly. And of course, anytime you're at a presidential thing, you suddenly see Secret Service going, and the president rushed to the door. And yet there was no evacuation of anybody, so nobody knew what was going on. He came back, he seemed very, very concerned, spoke to a couple of the people at the head table, and they asked if we'd have a moment of silence and prayer.
How critical is it based on your judgment?
I have no idea. I'm going back down to my office. I'm going to say a couple more prayers.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Patrick Leahy of Vermont, Brian. We're just trying to gather these initial reactions. There's obviously a lot of emotion on the part of longtime friends of Senator Kennedy. Details are piecing together. We seem to get kind of a patchwork of the same description of the medical event described as a seizure, then some commotion, President Obama being involved, and prayers being spoken, and great concern for Senator Kennedy. Brian?
Okay, obviously it's a day of heightened emotions anyway. You saw one of the true soldiers so badly wounded during the civil rights struggle, one of the soldiers of the movement, Congressman John Lewis of Georgia, and then the poignant scene where three of Ted Kennedy's best friends, John Kerry, Chris Dodd, and Orrin Hatch, escorted him out to the ambulance. We did not know that when the ambulance left Capitol Hill here behind us, it was one of the sirens we could hear. So we'll pause here in our coverage, take a break. Obviously, the moment we learn anything, we'll pass it along to you. Senator Byrd's office, for his part, is saying he is fine. We obviously have an unfolding medical emergency with Senator Kennedy. At the same time, the Obamas are about to get in the car and begin their inaugural parade route across Washington, D.C. We'll come back when that begins. Our coverage continues right after this. And we're back on the air with a live picture of the Obamas and Bidens exiting the Capitol.
Sort of three-quarter, isn't it? Oh, Jill, yeah. Why, I think she needs some legs.
This is one of those moments where it may sink in that he got the job. The review of the troops, one of his first responsibilities, comes out the back door of the Capitol, and this is what awaits. tagging in behind the marching bands, his new car, a motorcade that will carry both families along the parade route, mile and a half. Everything's different starting today. He's already complained that thinking ahead in the job, days ago he told an interviewer he worries that he'll change the dynamic of a conversation just by being in the room. He was bemoaning that. He doesn't want it to happen. And sadly, that's not preventable. Things now happen on his clock, on his schedule. And this will be the way it looks when he gets around. U.S. Army 3rd Infantry Division in charge of a lot of the ceremonial escort today. So despite the thoroughly armored brand new Cadillac limousine being used for the first time for this event, you'll have the ever-present dismounted Secret Service. Please note they're unable to close their coats on such a cold day, so they can remain ready to reach for a weapon if need be. Heavily tinted because of the thickness of the glass, 4 to 5 inches. Normally we'd be able to see the president closer. Guessing he was jonesing for a piece of Nicorette after that lunch, so...
Thought was crossing my mind. I didn't say.
Exactly what we see going on there.
It's either that or Dentine, but I
know how I know that. David?
I was just going to say, you were commenting before as you saw the president come out and he wanted to shake the hand, not realizing that he would be saluted initially as the commander-in-chief, and he should salute back and then shake hands. And there's some, it takes some getting used to. I remember President Bush at the White House when he would get on Marine One, would on occasion bonk his head as he tries to duck into the helicopter, which anybody can do, and you get used to the new trappings of the job.
I've been thinking about this is a new generation of presidents, obviously. We moved beyond the boomers at this point. Question of whether that generation will get another shot at the presidency. They were the ones who were going to save the world, remember? They promised us. And then we had Bill Clinton and George W. Bush. Now we've moved on to a new generation that came along after that time. He was just a toddler when the civil rights movement was underway. And all the sensibilities that he brings with that. He's a man who's openly said that he experimented with drugs that would have been fatal earlier in American politics. He plays basketball. Your friend Franklin Roosevelt collected stamps. Right. And works out very hard. His iPod is filled, as you talked earlier, with a wide range of music. He won over Renee Fleming at the Al Smith dinner when she went up to him and he said, "Oh, I have you on my iPod." Mm-hmm. Right. I'm thinking about using that line, by the way. With
but watching him in that limo, though, and Brian, you talked about the fact he doesn't want to be a conversation killer, but everything right now changes. I mean, he's going to see life now through that tinted window and on a very limited basis. I wonder how much he will chafe, because part of his appeal, part of the way he ran was this sense of wanting to be one with the American people. I don't know how anybody really does that. He frayed against Washington, talked about change, but there are certain trappings of the job that just become just that, trappings.
The writer Aaron Sorkin gave us that great scene in the movie The American President with Michael Douglas. He just wants to order flowers. And he just, he's a single dad living in the White House as president, and there's a young woman he'd like to give flowers to, and darned if he just can't get it done. Motorcades to the florist, and the woman passes out behind the counter. So much for that. Brief note about the new car. Tires can't be shot or blown up. They're run flats. They're huge one-piece tires. It is it's really borrows more from the Bradley fighting vehicle than it does any recognizable automobile on the market. In effect, makes its own air, has a closed circulation system, nice license plate, upgraded communications, upgraded lighting. They're very proud of a new feature where the flag stanchions, look at that, we have all this on a graphic. These flag stanchions up front are illuminated at night by individual LED lights, as if you're going to mistake this for someone else's car. You'll be able to see the flags.
Let's hope it has cup holders.
On either side. And we noted the absence of the presidential seal on the door this morning. Well, it's there now, as it'll be on the podium anytime he speaks, and virtually everything he uses. David, remember the glassware? Air Force, everything on that plane has it. Paper napkins in the residence have the seal of the president on them.
M&Ms.
M&Ms.
Right. Oh, I'll never forget when Lyndon Johnson gave me a toothbrush with his picture on one side and the presidential seal on the other side.
Just what
he said, you're going to love this president because we'll think of me every morning and every night.
The only time I totally lost control on the air, I was working in Atlanta, and it was when Lyndon Johnson received a new pair of hand-tooled cowboy boots with the presidential seal on each side of them and wore them proudly. And it was so outrageous, I completely lost it, is what I was trying to describe it.
I'm thinking President Obama is not going to be running for the cowboy boots.
No.
But, you know, I was going to say, Brian, this is such a day of striking images. To see Marine One carrying President Bush and Laura Bush flying over this National Mall, and a lot of people looking up and waving, some, I assume, with good wishes in mind, others with not in their minds. But then immediately, just a couple of hours later, we see the striking image of our new first family, Barack and Michelle Obama. And this is not just being consumed around America, but around the world. And I thought ahead to his first foreign trip as president, and the message that this day of transition and change sends to the rest of the world. He did it in his speech, but that image is really striking. As questions come up about what will Obama's effect be on the question, the conversation of race in this country, race relations in this country, problems in the African-American community, he doesn't have to say anything to have such a striking impact.
And that's one of two subplots. Lester and I have been talking about this all day. There's that, and there is this sweeping political change that just happened. Think about what this reverses for 8 years.
Well, the sweeping political change, but, you know, right now he has been so eloquent in speaking about coming together and bipartisanship. But the fact is, there's still these huge ideological gulfs in this country.
59 million people did not vote for it.
But that's where country works. I mean, there are at least two sides, and these issues don't go away. Sure, everyone wants health care, but not to go about it the same way. Everyone wants to stimulate the economy, not necessarily in the same way. So they say the rubber will meet the road here at some point, and he acknowledges there's going to be mistakes made, but there is going to be a return to some politics of old, because that's just the way the country works.
The one thing that a crisis produces, though, is a collective desire for action. So it makes it harder for the separated powers that our government is normally run by to do their ordinary thing.
Nobody wants to be the one that gets blamed for
That's right.
for killing progress in some way.
It's one of the reasons why our greatest presidents, sadly, are often our war presidents, because then the collective energy of the country can be mobilized. I remember JFK worrying, could I be a great president without a war? And it was said that Clinton had similar contact. Only Teddy Roosevelt, really, and maybe LBJ minus Vietnam, were able to get it into that great category without having a huge foreign policy crisis to deal with.
They're in a little bit of a bottleneck while the Harleys get put out in front of the parade. This is actually starting to happen. This, all of the people we know who've been down to the inauguration today will get a better in-person view. We're watching all of this over our shoulders through double-pane glass. This will be the closest we come at our studio to the president as they drive the short distance past the Capitol and begin the parade in earnest. A great minor editorial point for car lovers out there. You may notice an occasional black Chevy Suburban that is not new, as every other vehicle in the motorcade is gleaming brand new, and that is because the tailgate design changed. They still prefer the old ones so they can jump out the back, and you'll see a high mileage, occasionally quite old Chevy Suburban in the Secret Service collection, because they hate to part with the design. You'd think they'd have some clout in redesigning a tailgate. And now comes the audio of the shrieks when the limousine comes into sight. You see the flatbed television trucks. Andrea Mitchell's on one of them because she never turns down a good time.
I am indeed, Brian, and in fact, we are just now pulling out in front of the new presidential limousine. I think you can see it behind me. The parade is starting. We've got these camera trucks in front of the new limo, and he's just making the turn, as you can see, and he's going to go down Constitution Avenue, past all of these extraordinary buildings, but most importantly, past millions and millions of people who have been waiting for hours and hours. We've been on this truck for about 2 hours now, and of course, because of all the events that took place at the lunch, everything has been delayed. The difficulties with Senator Byrd and then the illness of the seizure of Senator Kennedy. So it's been a mix of moods as we've waited. But as you can see, the car now looking past me, the car turning the corner. People are just lined up on the steps of the Russell office building, and of course that old corner office was Teddy Kennedy's office for years and years, until recently he had to move closer to the floor for convenience. But that's where we always did our evening news, our nightly news stand-ups, our on-camera reports, and right outside Teddy Kennedy's office, and he would come by with his dog and come by and offer us refreshments sometimes. You can see right now the big new car, which of course is armored all around, and these cars are so heavily armored that they are hard to maintain, because it's very difficult for these cars to go over the potholes of Washington, D.C. and still maintain the armored plate underneath. And what we're going to do as we go down Constitution Avenue towards Pennsylvania, he is going to pass some of the most extraordinary buildings, but the buildings that include the National Archives, which of course have the Emancipation Proclamation, the Declaration of Independence, rather the Bill of Rights, and all of the other documents that are so essential to what has happened here today. So I'm having a lot of trouble hearing our programming, but I hope you can hear me and see these pictures as Barack Obama, Michelle Obama, and the children come past down Pennsylvania Avenue. The crowds are pretty deep, but it's been really cold, and I think we're going to see more crowds as we approach the mall. Brian?
Andrea Mitchell on Flatbed 1, we read you, and thank you for that. We just had a beautiful view of Malia looking out the passenger side window. Again, it's because of the thickness of the glass that we don't get a clearer view of the first family through the window.
Looking, Brian, at the girls and thinking about what must be going through their minds as they are part of this parade, and people are yelling and shrieking and waving at them, and how their lives are so different no matter how normal their parents want them to be. But I happen to have a really good 6-year-old source at their school who said to me recently, actually, at school, they just pretty much blend in, which is reassuring.
That's all they ever wanted.
You know, and I'm watching these crowds of people running down there. I talked to people yesterday who said, I don't know if I'm going to be at the inauguration. I don't know if I'll make it to the parade, if I can see anything. I just wanted to be here.
Yeah.
And they
wanted to feel the static electricity of it.
I walked into Washington, D.C. a couple other days, and I felt the energy.
Sure.
And you just felt this sense of celebration and history, and I look at the young faces there, and it's very interesting. And I thought about this whole notion of, you know, who believed they would see a black president in their lifetime, and I'm thinking, you know, my boys, 19 and 22, probably never even crossed their mind, because they grew up in a world where I mean, black presidents are portrayed in movies, black secretaries of state. I mean, it was probably not even a question. But I talked to the superintendent of the Atlanta Public Schools yesterday, who said one of the great things about it is a lot of, especially young African-American teenagers, now look at Barack Obama as a hero. He is replacing, in some cases, you know, athletes, rap stars. It's cool to be smart. It's cool to say, I want to be president someday. And that in itself, if nothing else, is a gift. If it inspires young people to not limit themselves in terms of their possibilities, what they can do. And you know, that was the thing she had seen, is that, hey, this guy is cool. People are buying Obama hats in the streets and T-shirts.
Merchandise with his likeness, his recreated signature, the likes of which we have never, ever seen.
And then we see, you know, Hollywood stars who are fawning over Barack Obama. I mean, you know, they're looking to him now. So then this is what the kids are picking up on.
You know, I have this funny feeling that maybe someday, you know, these people who are here today will be in their 90s, and some historian like me is going to be interviewing them and saying, what was it like to be there on that day when this happened? I mean, I think that's part of the reason they want to be there, too. They know this is history, so it's not just the excitement even of the present, but the idea that someday they'll be telling people that they knew, you know, I happened to be there. Now, a lot more people will probably say they were there than were actually there. That's what happened, you know, at Lincoln's deathbed. It seemed like there were 1,000 people in the room because everybody wanted to.
Well, if you're watching us, you can go ahead and say you were there.
Exactly.
Look at how many deep the police officers are. There's, it's all organized. There's a huge barrier, and then an open space, and then police officers. It helps to be elevated during this parade if you really want a good view.
What has not been said about him today, which is, I think, a lot of people of his generation and younger think about him, is Obama's just a cool dude. You know, they like the way he moves, the way he handles himself. When Steve Kaplis, the president of the news division, took his son in there to have his book signed, son's name is Maximus. And Barack Obama said to him, Maximus, that's a great name. It's like Barack. If you're named like Tom, you're not going anywhere. If you're Maximus or Barack, things will work out.
Yeah, and the funny thing, 2 years ago, he could have probably walked down the street. People wouldn't have recognized him.
Well, I'm not 3 years ago. I'm not sure because
3 years ago,
the keynote speech really put him on. Did put him on the map. He lit up the political arena and the country in a way when he came out there. No one knew who he was at that point.
Sure.
Then suddenly, you know, there was a rock star in American politics.
A quick learner. I mean, you think of what he went through, and he ran for Congress the first time in Chicago against Bobby Rush, and learned a lot about hardball Chicago politics, a lot about paying your dues.
He's not only a cool guy, he's a young guy. I mean, he's a young man, relatively, with a young family, with young kids in the White House, trying to live a normal life, except for his current job.
You know, the first time I met him, he said that if it, and this was in the spring of '07, he said, if this thing really does work for me, what I hope at the end is that I still recognize the person that I am. And we talked about a Lincoln quote where Lincoln said, if I lose everyone else around me, as long as I retain the friend that's in me, I'll be okay. And I think he was thinking about integrity and the person he hoped he was, and knowing what power can do, knowing what the office can do to you and how it can shunt you in one direction or another. And to be even thinking of that before you've even gotten the nomination, it shows that there's a spaciousness to this character's intellect.
Is it anything like what you think it is? I mean, after all this, when you sit down in the office, is there a point that, well, this isn't the way I thought it went?
Well, I think, you know, when as I said, one of these times, that when Lincoln said that he never would have guessed how terribly hard it would have been. You know, he was looking forward to it. He knew it was in a time of soberness. But he said he would not have thought he could have lived through the first 6 weeks. It was that difficult. But then there are funny moments, too. I mean, John Kennedy, when he first got into the Oval Office and he was trying to figure out what these pockmarks were on the floor, for days he was trying to figure out, why are there pockmarks on the floor? Finally, somebody told him Eisenhower used to put his golf shoes on at the chair and then go out to putt on the green, and he left these pockmarks on the floor. So then Kennedy said, well, at least my relaxations won't leave pockmarks on the floor. When we later learned what they were, we understood, yes.
As a former White House intern who had to give tours virtually every weeknight of the week, I had to point to those golf spike marks every day.
No kidding.
On the parquet floors. They're still there. They're still there. Let's see here. We're going to check in on various folks along the route. Ann Curry is among them. Ann?
I am. Hey, Brian, you know what? I'm watching this parade as it's start beginning to come past us, along with Ruby Rice, a retired school teacher from Baltimore. She's, I hope you don't mind my saying, Ruby's 79 years old. She's been out here since 5:30 this morning. And you were saying you never thought you would live to see this day.
Never thought I would see this day. I shouted all over my house the first night. And when my daughter said, granddaughter said she was coming, I'm coming.
Now, have you ever been to an inauguration before?
I never watched on television.
But you had to be here for this one.
This one I had to be here.
And you know Barack Obama and his wife Michelle, the President and First Lady of the United States, are now about to come right down Pennsylvania Avenue, right here, right in front of your face.
Saw it, seeing it for myself right now.
What does it mean to you?
It means so much to me. Again, I've got a great story to tell the children.
Now, you are a former social studies teacher, so you talked about things involving just social studies, the idea of what's happening to people between people. So what is a lesson from all this? What's the takeaway for America?
It's not over. As bad as it's been, as low as we've been, bad as some of the schools are, we're on our way up. We're out of all of that. We don't have to live through some of the things we did. I believe he's going to make schools better because he wants better in every category. He's not just interested in government and all that.
I'm keeping an eye on the parade, Ruby, because I know it's all, they're all coming by us now, but in a little bit, he's coming up in a little bit more. But I'll go back to you, Brian, as we're watching the parade, just beginning now, as it passes now. The Metropolitan Police, I believe, are now in front of us.
Okay, Ann Curry, thanks. Our thanks as well to your guest. It strikes me that folks may be coming home and joining our coverage. A quick recap is in order after the swearing in during the luncheon, the congressional luncheon inside the Capitol. We had a medical emergency. Senator Ted Kennedy, who of course is undergoing treatment for a brain tumor, apparently suffered a seizure. We just heard he is in the common medical parlance awake and alert. And that's all we know. Those who were there were understandably shaken by it. Rumors of another report that Senator Robert Byrd had also been taken out to seek treatment. Look at those people following the route of the motorcade. Senator Byrd's office says he is okay. The motorcade is progressing, as you see, no more than walking speed down Pennsylvania Avenue. The theory that all these people came a good long way to see the new president. The new president's already been in touch by phone, apparently, with Senator Kennedy. Look at some of those people just following along as they go. They won't, because of the thickness of the sidewalk, they won't be able to do that at all points, but they can early on here in this parade route. Of course, the nation waits for the parade to pass by Al Roker. That's because of the pressure and anticipation put on just this one man for what he'll be able to produce, the glimmer of recognition from inside of the car, the encounter we're all expecting with the president and first family. Al, you loose? You feeling good?
I feel good, Brian. I've got my people are up here. They're all rooting for me. They want that encounter. Let's just talk to a couple of folks. Hi, what's your name?
Stella Anthony.
Stella, where are you from?
An ex-slave named Charlotte McLeod that lived to be 111 is holding me, and that's why I'm here, so she's represented.
Oh, that's great. Where are you from? Where are you from?
North Carolina.
You had to think about that a second. Because it's cold and you're excited, right?
Hartford, Connecticut.
Oh, well, that's great. Well, and what are you expecting? What did you ever think you'd live to see this moment?
No, I worked in politics 20 years just to do it for the slave because she couldn't vote. I never thought I'd see a black president, and that's why I'm here.
And are you hoping the president gets out?
Well,
and
yeah,
walks
and I was
along?
going to try and shake his hand, but they barred me from that.
Well, they're not gonna. He's not gonna shake my hand. He's not gonna shake yours, but he's gonna wave.
Okay.
He's gonna wave. We can wave. Let's all wave. So, and take a look. Take a look right now with me, Brian. Hi, how are you? Hi, guys. What's your name, young lady?
Lauren.
Lauren. And where are you from?
New York City.
Are you excited about your new president? Yeah. How old are you, sweetheart?
6.
6 years old. Well, congratulations. And you look fabulous, and you've got a pretty mom. And up here, take a look, Ira. These are folks. They are up on the roof of this office building. I mean, this is a celebration. That's what the mood is here. It's a celebration. I've been to several of these, and I've been ignored by several presidents. But what you also get is a sense of reverence. Here we've got a celebration. People are here to party and to really enjoy what they've come out to see, and that is to celebrate the 44th president of the United States. So it's pretty exciting. See, they are all jazzed. They're excited. That's what's going on. Look at that. We're going to hold hands and sing.
That's right. Let that spirit empower you when the motorcade comes by. Do the right thing. The network is counting on it.
I feel the pressure, but I am not going to crack. Yes.
All right, pal. I know you too well. All right. We'll revisit Al Roker in regular intervals on a flatbed truck in front of the limousine It could be said one of the first sights the new president saw was the down coat of Andrea Mitchell, who I hope is holding on. Are you holding on, Andrea?
I'm not holding on right now, but we're going fairly slowly. Yeah, it was hardly a fashion statement, but it's warm. And we've just passed the Labor Department. The president is passing the Department of Labor, and now the crowds are just enormous. And you've got people all the way backed up. There's a lot of security, so they are behind military and, police, National Guard, Secret Service, obviously, Brian. So people have been so incredibly patient to be out here for hours and hours to see this new first family and to share in the excitement of this inauguration, which is such not only an historic event, but such an outreach to bring Americans together again. Uniting the country, and this is the first symbol of it. This speech, the reaction to it, the reaction of these crowds. It is quite chilly out here. Earlier today, it was probably a lot warmer. Al Roker knows better than I, maybe close to 30 degrees, but now it's really pretty cold as the sun is... He's just now passed the post office, rather the Labor Department, and now the U.S. courthouse. And we've seen so many scenes here in front of this courthouse, including scenes with a former president of the United States, a former first lady, and all of the grand juries and difficult moments for this President Bush as well, with the whole investigation into Scooter Libby and Dick Cheney. So going past this courthouse has not always been a pleasant time, but this is an exciting moment for Barack Obama and the family as they come down Constitution Avenue and are now proceeding on the parade. And I think you can see this new car, which just now making that turn past the car, which is an enormous beast, as they call it, with the flag.
We were searching for ways to describe that enormous vehicle ourselves earlier, Andrea. Andrea, for those just joining us, is on a coal flatbed truck in front of this motorcade. Again, the combination of the fact that we're losing light here, it's 3:51 in the afternoon. I think our high for the day is going to end up being 30 degrees. We're not going to get over freezing. It's going to get mighty cold, mighty quick. I think tonight's predicted low is 16 degrees. You see the flag snapping. Had a low pressure system, not to get all Bob Ryan here, we had a low pressure system move through here yesterday. It snowed just north of the city. We were spared any snow. There were a lot of preparations going on, so that was fortunate. But the wind's going to start whipping around tonight. 10 inaugural balls around this city, various locations. Natalie Morales is out on the route. It's very difficult, as great a medium as television is, to describe the size of these crowds. This is the largest ever, and Natalie's got a piece of it.
That's right, Brian, and I'm telling you, people have been braving that freezing cold here for many, many hours. Many had come here since 6 in the morning trying to get through the security checkpoints. These folks came from far, far away, Los Angeles, California. Both are school teachers, and this is an historic moment, as we've been saying all day long. But for you, this is particularly important, and you really wanted to be a part of this day, right?
Absolutely. It's an awesome historical event.
This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We couldn't miss it. We wanted to be here.
And what did you have to do to make it here, coming from Los Angeles? And, of course, let's not forget it's 80 degrees in Los Angeles today.
That's right. My son said he's riding around with the top down. That's right.
Did you come here many days ago, or
no? We came last night. And it's hard to believe that less than 150 years ago, President Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, and what we're experiencing today is beyond belief.
It's beyond words for a lot of people, and I know your mouths are frozen as well. So taking a little temperature adjustment coming from Los Angeles. I don't want you to miss your photo opportunity right here because motorcade is going by fairly soon. Brian, a lot of excitement, a lot of euphoria here.
Just got an email from the proud manufacturer of all those strobe lights you see, Whalen Engineering in Connecticut, wanted us to know that it's a sea of red and blue thanks to their made in the USA LED lights, the small high-intensity lights. So that's worth, in this economy, it's worth a mention. And speaking of made in America, Harley-Davidson, the unmistakable growl of the Metropolitan Police Department Motorcycle Division, which always accompanies these events, and they're so far empty sidecars. Tamron Hall is along the route. Tamron, are they coming right by you now?
Hey, Brian, they are right by us now. You see Malia and Sasha, and of course, Barack Obama, and this crowd just went crazy. And I heard you say, speaking of American-made, it's quite an impressive new presidential limousine, but I can tell you the people here don't think it's as impressive as seeing the smile of the 44th president of these United States, Barack Obama. And they've been waiting out here, some confused as to why there was this delay, but now all of the frozen fingers are now waving hands as the president just passed us here at 4th and Pennsylvania in this wonderful parade. The sun is finally out a little bit, and again, those smiles are bright, and those frozen fingers now turning to waves at the president.
All right, and for people who don't yet know what these two girls mean to Washington, D.C., Sasha was seen with a, I guess it would be called a fob hanging from her backpack. And now the store where they sell them in Washington is doing a land office business. Malia's peace sign T-shirts, land office business. Everything they touch has become something of a mini craze. And yet, Lester, to your point earlier, these are two kids trying to go to school, wanting to blend in, luckily raised in what is, by all accounts, a completely well-balanced, down-to-earth household that they're going to try, despite their new address, to keep that way.
You know, I often think about what the conversations must have been like early on, because the kids have got to sit down and say, look, here's what Dad's going to do. And then at various points, okay, well, I got the nomination, so things are ramping up. And now we're going to have Secret Service, and keeping them grounded. And the challenge is going to be to find ways that they can continue to get outside this bubble and be kids. I mean, let's see, Malia is how old? She's
10.
12, I think. 12.
So I mean, if there's 2 terms, she'll be leaving for the White House for college.
And Sasha's 7.
Sasha's 7. So yeah. So talk about that kind of a,
But there's much bigger debates. I mean, they got to work out whether they get to go into the theater on just any movie night, or is it a special occasion? Or do they see a DVD somewhere else? I mean, these are the big discussions.
Are they going to be on Facebook? All those things, social media. Hey, guess what happened in the White House today? I mean, it's a whole different. Amy Carter didn't have Amy Carter didn't have that kind of access. That instant access.
Miley Cyrus was in town last night in concert, hottest ticket for younger kids in all of Washington. And what do? Do you ask to meet her? Do you have her over? So it's tough. They're going down Pennsylvania Avenue. Apparently, they just crossed the 4th Street intersection past the National Gallery of Art on the left. Look at the security on both sides. We said earlier all the streetlights have been taken out.
There's a note on the wire now that Nelson Mandela has sent a letter to Barack Obama that he released it simultaneous with the swearing in, which he said, your election has inspired the people around the world more than any other recent event. And went on to say, amongst many in the world, there's a sense of hopelessness that had set in as so many problems may remain unresolved and seemingly incapable of being resolved. You, Mr. President, have brought a new voice of hope that these problems, in fact, can be mastered. I was in South Africa when Mandela was released, and the fact is, as I was watching these scenes especially, it's very, very reminiscent of what it was like at that time. That was unexpected, of course. Suddenly he was released. He appeared first in Cape Town and then in Joburg and Soweto. And he had this enormous sense of dignity and presence about him, and people just poured into the streets. those were all black South Africans, of course. The white population didn't know what to expect yet. And the way he conducted himself in those first 24 hours sent a huge signal to the world about rule of law, fairness, democracy coming back. But it was very reminiscent. One of my stringers, by the way, Brian, Meredith Brokaw, walked by a table where they were selling buttons that said, "Yes, we did." And a guy walked by with a big sign that said, "Yes, we know."
Can you rely on that reporting? How long has she been with us?
Well, she'll expect a stringer's fee.
Part of a number of the extended NBC family members who are here as part of our reporting staff in Washington. This week, I'm waiting to hear from one of my own, in fact. And again, note the speed of the motorcade. No faster than a grown man with a gun can walk. So they are really snaking their way down. I keep talking about the streetlights, but it's once you know what you're looking at, it's notable. When we look at these long high shots of Pennsylvania Avenue, what a huge cosmetic difference it makes. All of those poles and overhead lights are removed. They're made to be removed, and it just cosmetically makes for such a gorgeous picture looking back up at that Capitol building. And
look at that shot. And that's, you know, this is a cool country. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You know what?
We do inaugurations real well here.
I'm sorry.